a space in the top 6.
Yeah, like you said, Slowly and Utah are the key players to victory for the side of Exco, and Utah having a significant job in the split pushing scenario. But there's also a narrative that we can spin off as well. Slowly was from Vanguard last season. So it's sort of like Vanguard understands how Slowly likes to play around in the jungle, but we have to see. Speaking of Vanguard, here is their statistics.
All right. So Vanguard, across the board, Eris, just bring us through it.
Yeah, I think fantastic numbers throughout the board. One key player that I would like to highlight here is Super MJ. You know, he's the new addition to Vanguard Esports this season. Fantastic in terms of queue participation. You know, a very vital part of Vanguard's performing lineup this season itself. 87.5%. He's practically the playmaker, but to a certain extent, as a mage role, that's what you can expect of him. Being able to rotate across the map, give that very, very much needed spike when he hits that level 4. The Eternal Guard is definitely going to be annoying to deal with. So we'll see, right? Whether or not Exco Esports identify it as a threat and whether they will take it out of the drafting phase.
Yeah, I mean, Super MJ, he is a very good mid laner, right? But in terms of jungling, I feel that Salem is a key part of their vital composition as well. And the thing is, they keep Lucian safe. Vanguard has been a playstyle where they always manage to keep Lucian safe. And he's always never found at this point. But then, let's just see what these players have to say in the head-to-head video.
I think Vanguard, the players are actually very strong. Like for Lakshan State, his goal lane is really quite strong, and like even though Slowly and Ryan were a very big part of Vanguard, I feel like the new players that they have brought in, like the other imports, I feel like they will actually fill the shoes for Slowly and Ryan, and they will have a chance of maybe getting better than a 4th place in this season.
I think Vanguard, each of them are individually good already, so I don't think it will make a difference. They are really good already. Personally, I think they will, because Lucian, his goal lane is very objective based, and next thing his grok is actually pretty scary. He's pretty good. That's his signature hero if I'm not wrong.
They are able to qualify again, and they are able to play against us face to face.
I personally feel they are the weaker point of Exco. If they really want to do some harm in MPLSG, I feel that they need to strengthen up themselves first, because I know Slowly is capable of doing greater things if his team performs, and also their roamer, former teammate of Slowly as well. So the two of them might have good synergy, just like how Chut and Slowly had last time.
And yeah, synergy is what we talk about when it comes to these teams, right? And knowing Slowly was a part of Vanguard last time.
Yeah.
Slowly Chud was a pivotal part of Vanguard. I mean, Nick Stain, Luke Stain, they do know Slowly best.
Yeah.
And in terms of trying to break it down, what do you feel like how Slowly's jungle rotation? Nick Stain, he's the roamer after all.
Well, all I think is for Nick Stain, he has to play his comfort heroes. In the head-to-head video, we talked about the Grok as well, but we have to take a look at the predictions. Honestly, though, for the audience side, it's a little bit 50-50 as of now, and I think that, to be honest, though, with the addition of the coach, I don't doubt them.
Yeah, I like the balance here, right? It's 55% to his Exco, Vanguard 45%, not much in between both of them. I honestly think neither side does have an advantage. At the end of the day, it's all predictions.
I know, at the end of the day, it's all predictions. Just like Nick Stain says,
Yeah.
you know, honest predictions, caster predictions doesn't matter. It's all down to gameplay.
Yeah, I absolutely love it. I love how the teams are taking a little bit of advantage of it. You know, I saw RSG, she has been giving you guys a lot of hit. But here are the custom predictions for now. Churros 2-0, I'm going with that as well.
Yeah.
Just because of the experience that they have, the results that they're putting on board. But Moment, interesting. 2-1 Vanguard. You gotta explain yourself here, since you are the exceptional standout.
I mean, they brought in coaches, right? That's the big deal. Like what me and Jace has been talking about, the third person perspective.
Yeah.
Bringing in coaches changes the perspective of the game.
But you see, it's like a double negative. Yeah, Exco brought in a coach, but Vanguard brought in
coach
another
of-
coach.
yeah.
Statistically, Youngin has performed so much better, has a lot more championships under his belt, international experience as well.
whoa.
You gotta be careful there. End of the day, LY4 does have the experience too. Yes, you know, more so
He's
as a
just,
player.
you're just backing him up because he's a legend just like you.
Hey,
All the way back in MPL SGMY.
All I gotta say is respect where respect is due, and I think it's going to be interesting to see how the brains of both teams kind of work it out. But here is the player hit-to-hit. I think this is a fantastic piece of information for most viewers out there who haven't been watching both their games. Utah definitely performing very, very well. I think the game that everybody remembers coming into victory is his Paquito game.
No, it's the stats don't tell the best of the stories. The KDA doesn't matter. Kill participation doesn't matter. It's all about how Utah was able to utilize that split push capability to push down and force a lane prio for the side of Exco. But for Vanguard, though, they've already sensed this. They know how Utah's going to play. Maybe they'll ban out the Paquito. Maybe they'll ban out very high mobility EXP champions. But whether or not they're able to succumb to Utah's wrath is really up to them. But Utah, though, in the late game was always finding the right flanks, always finding the right targets, and that's what I like about Utah within Exco.
It's interesting that you mentioned about, you know, Vanguard Esports kind of identifying as Exco Esports likes to play the Paquito. And funny enough, Exco Esports actually, they actually ban out the Paquito themselves quite often. More often than not, it's one of the top bans on their site, you know, 67% throughout all of the games. And I think it's something that, you know, if Vanguard Esports don't really want to ban out, they can pick it up for themselves. But at the end of the day, all this is just theory. And draft is going to be starting
Just
really
a game
soon.
theory.
It's just all game theories, right? You can go in, you can be absolutely prepared. You know, it's kind of one of those ranked games that you have your team, you think everything's going to go well, and then the very last second you just go, oh, you know what, we're going to have a change of plans.
But it makes sense, right? Because for Vanguard, they identified that the Stain Bros need to be in their
Stain
place.
Bros.
The Stain Bros. The Stain Bros really need to be in their place, especially Luxion Stain. So the Paquito is a huge threat to Luxion. You want to take that out of the equation. Luxion gets a free farm. You protect the president without fear or threat of assassination, and pretty much Vanguard plays well. And Youngin definitely knows this. So they're going to be playing rather very, very much protect comp, if I could say so myself, especially within the first phase of their draft.
But with the new coaches, Brian, I mean, they might change things up. They see the mechanics of the players, and they feel that maybe, you know, you're meant for something more. And that is what coaches do. You know, they play, and then they change the play style of the players as well. So we might see a new style of Vanguard today, new style of Exco today, and we do see the bans and picks already underway. So Harif, Xborg, Matilda being taken out. What do you feel about this, Aries? I mean, these are common picks, right?
Yeah, it's no surprises here. I think we see the Harif ban more often than not in the first phase, especially on the second pick. He's absolutely good in goal in right now, alongside with the Roger. With the new patches coming in, you start to see a lot more unorthodox goal lane picks. And following up with that, you know, I think the way that Exco bans, they really want to take out all these heroes that give a lot of support in the jungle. The Matilda, the Angela, and I think it's kind of just a follow-up for both teams, you know, just following through with what they picked and banned. But interestingly enough, first pick for Exco, the farmers actually goes through. I think he's an absolutely beast of a support here, and knowing that Vanguard loves to pick the farmers for Super MJ, I think this is a fantastic deny coming from Exco Esports and a good first pick.
Yeah, both Jet and Super MJ, they do have a lean and mean Faramis, right? In terms of NetherRealm and whatsoever, their timings are on point. I was talking about Super MJ's Faramis NetherRealm's discipline. His discipline is there. He always uses it as a key time, but the Valentina is available. And they do pick it up for themselves with the Barats as well. Barats being one of the top few picks that we see out of MPL. I think he's a number 2 right now. Yeah, he is at number 2. Very high ban pick rate.
I think the Valentina and the Barats is a sick combo, considering the fact that Valentina can steal away the Faramis ultimate, in this case the NetherRealm, and this is going to just provide more support into that team fight composition that Vanguard Esports so love themselves. I think for Exco Esports, there's a lot of consideration here, you know, how they're going to break down this Barat's front line. and Grog and Yutong. Yeah, you know, I'm not really liking the Grog, I'll be honest here.
Yeah.
I think the Grog is a little bit too early. There is an early game burst that he can provide, and you know, there's that Vile Charge as well, but there's so much to consider here, right? Bharat, you know, he's kind of CC immune when he uses the Daytona's Welcome. On top of that, you do need to think about the fact that Grog is someone that charges in front, hence Wild Charge, no pun intended. And then you have Yuchong as well with the Black Dragon form. So we'll have to see. Second phase coming in, whether slowly we'll be picking up a jungler that can have that frontline as well. Fadrin still on the board, and Youngin drafting. They're kind of just doubling down. You got Vanguard Esports here going for a very, very tanky lineup. A lot of sustain coming in the form of the Minotaur, the heal, the Minion's Fury. I think this is so tough to break down.
Yeah, in terms of control itself, I feel that Vanguard, they do have the heavier team fight control. Bharat with the Daytona's Welcome, and Owen Fury, Valentina, Terrify as well. In terms of Exco, Yuzong is currently the only one with any form of control. Grok, he does need some form of wall, and we do see the Hanzo ban already coming out. In terms of, let's say, roamers, right? I feel that Grok is a much more invasive roamer when it comes to Minotaur. Minotaur is very defensive. He wants to prevent the Grok from coming into your jungle as much as possible. And I feel that Nick Stain, I don't feel that this is a comfort pick in terms of the Nick Stain special. You know, Nick Stain likes to be aggressive, be in your face as much as possible. Minotaur, I feel that if he goes too aggressive, he might lose the early game momentum, especially against a Faramis and a Grok. Those are very invasive heroes when it comes to the mid and the roam lanes.
Yeah, I think the saving grace on Exco Esports side is that the Grok is a flex pick after all, right? We could see an EXP Grok. Yeah, it's kind of rare, but that's still viable. It is still possible, and you do start to see the target bans coming out right here. Hanzo, I think slowly played Hanzo really, really well week 2, so that's kind of just to make sure that, okay, we don't really want to give slowly his comfort picks. You know, Hanzo at the end of the day is still a very irritating hero to deal with. He can die for the backline, and looking at the way that Vanguard Esports have set up their draft, they don't want that to happen. They don't want someone that can just jump into the backline, go past both the Minotaur and the Bards. I think they have a draft that's really good to fight face to face in the lineup. So that's where we're starting to see the draft really shape up for both sides.
Yeah, interesting bans from Vanguard. I mean, taking out the high damage, high assassin types from Vanguard, instead of going for the tanky meta that we've seen. I mean, Fredrin is still on the board, and Paquito, you mentioned it before, Exco, they like to ban out Paquito themselves if they cannot get it, so they do choose to ban it out. I don't believe Ken has pulled out the Paquito throughout the seasons, but we do see him playing a mean Arlot. And now the Moskov being picked up by Vanguard. We saw this in the handles of Homebois last week, and they pulled it off really well. But it is a matchup against a Claude. In terms of poking power, 1v1, I feel that Claude has to... Oh my god! It's a Dyrov pick coming out from Slowly, and this is what we see out of the MPL, ID, and PH regions. The Dyrov is extremely popular on the EXP and the jungle lane, and now Exco are bringing it in.
Yeah, Dyrov going into the jungle for Slowly, so that's going to be the Grok roam there. I think, honestly, Exco Esports, the draft has a lot of bursts. I've always preferred Dyrov onto the EXP lane just because he can bring about the Petrify, but there's still plenty of bursts, right? I think this is a very good draft for setting up the Claude towards the late game. We have seen Gira play the Claude a couple of times here, and just to round out the rest of the draft, we're going to see Vanguard Esports close out with a Lapu Lapu, a little bit more control just to add on, just in case the Borat and the Minotaur is not enough. You think about it, Vanguard Esports, not only do they have a tanky frontline, they have the MM in the form of Moskov, which is so mobile. It's going to be tough to catch him out, and this is my concern for Exco Esports. I think, yes, their draft looks really bursty. They have the Faramis, the Shadow Stambit, and they also have the NetherRealm, but whether or not Vanguard Esports is going to let that play out just because they have that tanky frontline and the MM that's hard to catch out, it just looks like a bit of a mismatch to me, in my opinion.
Extremely hard game for both of them. Both teams have a lot of synergy, but let's just head into MPL Season 7, Week 3, Day 1, Game 1, ladies and gentlemen. Exco versus Team Vanguard. Exco will have to fight for their place.
That's right. Okay. We're having a little bit of a technical difficulties right now, but I just want to say there are a couple trends that I see from Exco. Exco drafts around a lot of the objective control.
Yeah.
So you have the Grok, very popular in a lot of MPL regions. You have that wall to reset that Lord, reset the turtle. You have the reason to zone everyone out. The Dairoth kind of doesn't fit in to their zone control kind of lineup because you have a lot of zone control. You're giving yourself wide open for a lot of crowd control towards yourself, and you're facing up against a Barat. Sure, you deal a lot of physical defense penetration onto that Barat so you can melt him down, but it's not enough, especially when you want those long extended team fights with the Fire Mist backing you up as well. But for the side of Vanguard, though, it's more of like that early game punish. You want that early game aggression, early game invades, crowd control, and then just snowball your way through into that late game. No way that Exco is able to fight towards the objective. So we'll have to see within the games after everything's done.
Yeah, I think it's interesting enough that you mentioned about objectives. I think that's one of the things that both coaches should have highlighted to the teams, especially with them joining Edition, the experience that they bring on board. At the end of the day, kills, it's fun, it's exciting to see kills on the board. You always see a lot of skirmishes, but I think the objectives matter the most. And I think that's where you have to pay attention to how Exco Esports want to play. We brought up about the fact that Vanguard Esports have a very thick lineup, very thick frontliners. So I don't think that's the way to go. You don't really want to fight head on, especially when Valentina hits that level 4. If she does manage to steal the Nether Realm, that's going to be a problem. Additional problem for Exco Esports. So split push wise, I think Exco Esports does have a bit of a match for match. They can definitely do it. They have the clock, and I think that's one of the key mechanics in the draft that they can look to abuse. Both Moskov and Claude have similar timings in terms of farming, in terms of kind of hitting that spike. Towards the late game, I don't think we'll see Moskov kind of join up the fight that much as compared to the Claude, just because of Claude's ability to rotate a lot quicker. Then again, Moscow's ultimate, that sick ultimate, just that rework really brought him back into the game.
If he lands it. If he lands it.
True enough.
Like,
true
yeah.
enough. Yes.
I mean, there are times in ranked games where you go, yeah, I'm coming, and the arrow just misses.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna clear my lane. But ladies and gentlemen, we are right back into play. This is the first game of today in Week 3, Day 1. We'll see how this plays out. Nick Stain already taking a lot of damage from that aggression. So is Bertizzi, but will be able to walk out of there alive as of now.
I mean, it all falls down to the early game between Nick Stain versus Bertizzi at this point, because Minotaur might have to play keep away for Salem as much as possible. We see if Salem does not get this early game lead, if he keeps getting denied by Bertizzi, he will not get his level 4 in time, and that's especially important for a Barrage, more so than Slowly, who can have the damage to find the farm. And Bertizzi, he's doing an extremely good job of trying to stop these jungle rotations right now.
I just want to echo Vanguard's hit-to-hit video. They just want to focus a little bit more on the early game and the micro mechanics. So this is more towards that laning phase because they know that they are much better in terms of these micro mechanics than Exco. For Exco, though, they want to play it slow. They want to play it a little bit more patient. But what do you think is the gameplay for Exco? How do you think they should overcome this early game?
I think they're doing an exceptionally good job at this moment, right? 2 minutes in, Turtle's gonna spawn. We haven't really seen any skirmishes yet, which is kind of expected given how slow Barrett takes to kind of ramp up that power spike. And I think Exco Esports, they're just making use of the fact that they have the Claude in Gira. So it's just kind of farming the late game. You start to see a bit of a skirmish on the top lane. I think it's just setting up for the lot, or for the first Turtle fight. And I think this is going to be very, very important for both teams.
The Turtle starting up, but it's just interesting to note. Look at Exco's battle spells. It's all quantum charge. Dang, they just want to go for that rotation speed. Okay, Black Dragon form coming up. Salem is the main target. He's going to get petrified underneath that nose. Just takes out that turtle, but he's the first one to go. Yuta takes down that kill. Nick Stain takes another one for himself. Illusion Stain is here with the Spear of Destruction. Slowly, barely makes it out alive. And Vanguard will take this one with another kill to their name. 3-1 with the turtle to their books.
Yeah, Vanguard Esports making use of the turtle buff there immediately on the spot. The shoes coming in for Salem, and it's so tough to break down the Barats. On top of that, we saw Luke Schoenstein actually use the Spear of Destruction, join his team in the fight, and that extra firepower was just what Vanguard needed to win that small little skirmish.
And that's what we were saying, right? You don't want to fight into Team Vanguard because they do have the Minoan Fury behind. And this is what you were talking about, right, Churros? Everybody from Team Exco, they have the quantum charge, they have the mobility. They wanted to disengage as fast as possible. They don't want to go deeper into the trap that is Team Vanguard because Luxemstein is waiting behind with the Spear of Destruction, right?
Yeah,
and
well, the saying goes, right? They're not in here for a long time, they're in here for a good time, right? And that's where the quantum charge comes in. You know, it's all about the team. Once the fight's over, gotta go fast, gotta go back to my lane, gotta rotate all over the map. And I think, you know, that's where Exco Esports want to abuse it. The fact that, yes, they might not be as strong when it comes to team fight, but if you can out-rotate, right, out-skirmish, out-push.
In the top side though, Yuta forced to use that Petrify just to get out of the way, but Ken will be delaying his inevitable doom. He goes down, slowly picks up that kill.
yeah, very nice kill from the side of Slowly. I mean, they're trying to claw their way back right now. In terms of gold advantage, both teams are still, it's pretty much a wash. And Gira and Lucienstein on this gold lane not finding any form of advantage against each other. We talked about the poke potential from coming out from both Claude and the Moskov as well. We found that it's probably going to be key timings all across the board, just going to be the same, right? Both going for the Purify, identifying that both teams, they do have the control available, and Grok will be slightly more advantages when it comes down to these early game timings. But Minotaur, already with this early advantage, makes him a tanky monster, and that's what you don't want Nick Stain to be, right? At this point, with Nick Stain having just unabided control of this turtle area, just going around with the Minoan Fury, is going to be extremely hard for Exco to approach.
Oh, Ken throws down the ultimate, comes back in. You got another round keeping everyone from Exco alive, but Vanguard as well. Salem again with the turtle underneath their noses. Yuta running for his life, but Spirit of Destruction hits. Here comes Luxemstein with the cleanup crew, the janitor himself, and Vanguard takes down Turtle as well as one person from Exco to their books.
Right, we talked about this, right? Luke Schoenstein being able to join the fight earlier than Gira just because of the Spirit of Destruction. We talked about whether or not he can land it. 100% hit rate at this point, right? Both spears on point. Yes, it's only 2 spears, but we are already starting to see, you know, the impact of being able to join that fight slightly earlier. And early into the fight, Vanguard Esports, they took almost no damage, right? We saw the Shadow Stampede come in, he tried to pull, and you barely put the dent on the Barat's HP. I think this is going to be a recurring problem, and Exco Esports, in order to fix this, they need to start split pushing slightly earlier. And we're starting to see that top lane.
Ken will not make it out alive. There goes Salem as well with the wall to block him out. Deadness Welcome will not be able to save him though. He's delaying his inevitable doom, but here comes Shira with the Blazing Duet. Will not be able to take another one to their name. And Vanguard still making it out alive. Exco still in this one. Vanguard though, still a little bit on top. It's not a lot though.
They managed to equalize with that Spear of Destruction. Lucienstein coming in at correct time, getting the key kill on
Minoan Fury knocks everyone up, forced another round. There's no another round for the next 60 seconds though.
Yeah, the Nether Realm should be able to come back up if the next turtle fight comes along, but I think that was a good point. So speaking of equalized, the net worth is equalized right now. Despite Vanguard Esports being able to secure both turtles and winning the fights in some way, that pick off at top, we talked about them being able to split push, and I think that pick off on both members of Vanguard Esports was what Exco Esports abused the fact that, yes, maybe we won't be able to be as tanky as you, but if we can find these pickoffs, if we can set up Gira for the late game, those split pushes will become very vital, and it puts pressure on the economy. Even now, they have a slight lead. You know, it's kind of negligible, but it's statement.
Turtle already, Bertizzi, no more wild charge, but Ken with the British Fire goes back in with the Black Dragon form as well, trying to zone Super MJ out of the way. Super MJ takes down a turtle yet again. Another turtle for Vanguard with the Netherrealm, keeping everyone alive. But Jet still able to take down Super MJ, but slowly goes down. Oh, slam, boom, Nick Stain makes the call, and the curtains roll. And Utah able to get out there alive. It's a 2 for 2. Vanguard takes the third turtle of the game.
Exco still having the damage to get the 2-2 trade, but an extended team fight will be going on as Ken does go in.
Oh, Utah! There goes his name.
A bit of a stretch there. I think he was trying to pressure Vanguard Esports away from the first tier in the mid lane, but there was just no way. You can see they were more than prepared to take it down. Yeah, a little bit of a loss there, but it isn't too much to deal with. I think that's where Exco Esports really put up a tough fight. They're not backing down. They're showing Vanguard Esports that we're not afraid of you, right? We're not afraid of taking up fights, and the scoreboard kind of shows.
Yeah, and in terms of split push, right? Claude and Dyrov, I feel that they still have the mobility when it comes down to these split pushing and getting these objectives, but Luxenstein has been doing such a great job of taking these outer turrets. And top lane, it's already gone from the side of Team Exco, and that's all Luxenstein.
Oh, hold on a second. Bertizzi will be able to hit that wild charge into an alley-oop by Jet. But here comes Salem. The rest of Goon Squad are here. Looks like they want to back off, but stuck underneath that wall. Forced to use the Deadless Welcome to get out of the way. No more ultimates for that next turtle, the next Lord, though, for Vanguard.
I mean,
Everyone out on their side of the river. Looks like a very successful zone from Vanguard, though. But Exco having a full objective-focused lineup. They want to fight for more. The concealed play already up by Bertizzi. Wants to go for that Lord at 20,000.
Yeah, both ultimates out for both teams. This is going to be a spicy one. We already see Luxenstein kind of pushing on the side lanes. He knows he can join the fight with Spear of Destruction, so he's not too worried about joining the fight. But then,
there we go.
Now
There
the
we
Spear of
go.
Destruction is out of play. I could have just jinxed it right then. No one knows.
No
one knows.
Goes a little bit too wide. Again with the Lord Salem getting it started almost at half health. Yuta holding on to that Black Dragon form. It's a very, very precarious situation. You don't have Moskov in play. Ken tries to go in, tries to poke, tries to zone, but here, the Black Dragon form, the sounds are horned. But they're going in with the wild charge and force a Purify onto Super MJ, but taking a little bit too much damage. Sky's descent. The Netherrealm keeps everyone for Exco up alive, and they're coming in like a cannonball. But here comes Luxenstein, dealing so much damage, poking, melting, biting, and it's not enough. Oh, will we be able to do it? It's 1v3. One more hit to Bertizzi. He goes down. It's a triple. It's a maniac. Second maniac of MPLSG Season 7. It's a 1v1 for the marksman. Luxenstein will be able to back off, but what a play! What a play from Luxen!
Yeah, Luxen coming in with the cleanup there. It was perfect timing. I was kind of worried for Vanguard Esports. They were like, I don't see the Moskov around. There's no Spear of Destruction. Will he be able to join up the fight in time? And he does manage to take it, get the Maniac there. And credit to the rest of his team. They stuck around. They took the fight. Yes, lots not taken, but that kind of shows that when that Moskov joins that fight, that's going to be the problem for Exco Esports. How are they going to be dealing with this Moskov?
And it was all Team Exco, right? Yuta was zoning out Super MJ to the point where he had to use the Netherrealm early. The Netherrealm for the side of Team Vanguard was popped super early, and they took all members of Vanguard down except Luxenstein. He's been coming in so key into playing catch-up for Team Vanguard at this point. All the macro factors on Luxenstein, but that's it. All their eggs are in one basket at this point, and in Team Vanguard, they do lose Luxenstein to Team Exco.
Oh, got
Yeah.
the Spear of Destruction hit onto Jet. Might be able to join in the team fight at any time, but not for long though. It's a third of the Lord's health. Again, Black Dragon form tries to zone out Salem from that Lord. 11k.
Oh.
There goes Salem. There goes that Lord as well. NetherRealm keeps everyone up alive. You get a boom boom slam from Nick Stain. But here comes Luxian again, trying to melt everyone down with chip damage. Bertiz survived with a slipper. But here goes Jira with the Wind of Nature, keeping Luxian alive. That's a 3-for-1 in Exco. Everyone low, but the Lord still standing strong.
Yeah, it's funny enough though, you saw the Wind of Nature popped by Gira the moment Moskov came in, but it was actually the Valentina that broke it through, right? You got physical immunity, no problem, we've got magic damage. And you saw this fight so well executed by Exco at the start, but the moment the Moskov came in, they knew it was time to back off, but it's a Moskov. He's going to be dealing a ton of bursts. And speaking of bursts,
Oh, Super MJ has a tombstone with his name written onto it. Luxian chipping so much damage onto Jet. There's one more hit. He goes down for 2 seconds.
Oh!
The passive will keep him up alive. The Spirit of Destruction will keep Luxian Stain going. It's 7-0-5. Bravest Fighter will force the Black Dragon form. That's a wasted ultimate, but he might be able to go in yet again. Vanguard zoning everyone out from that Lord. Looks like a free Lord in Vanguard's name.
yeah, that was so vital for Vanguard Esports to kind of force Jet to pop the net around early into the fight, and the moment that is a down, that's not available for Exco, that's where Vanguard Esports looks to fight. They know they can outlast, they can outdamage if Luxian's there, and that is going to be the key to victory for them. Luxian Stain, buying time for Luxian Stain to join the fight on this Moskov that's, I'm pretty sure, fairly farmed up at this point.
Yeah, I feel that all the farm is on Luxian Stain at this point, and that's where Team Vanguard wants to be, right? But Team Exco, I feel that they're not going for these objectives in terms of the team fight. They have to focus down Luxian Stain, and they've been going for Super MJ again and again and again. He's 7,000, I mean, there's 7,000, but Moskov is 13k. He has every single item that he needs. Immortality's up, Wind of Nature is up, so he's extremely hard to go for now. They did not find a sweet spot where Luxian Stain could be controlled, and now he's just snowballing out.
Snowballing out of control as the Lord marching down that top side. Salem takes a lot of damage from Gira though. Lord charges in. That's a turret in half health. That's a T3. Nick Stain holding on to his ultimate. He's waiting. He's waiting. But no, Vanguard will not go in. That's the discipline, the evolution of Vanguard. 4k gold lead. And Luxian Stain knocks in a Spear of Misery onto that wall. Bertiz forced to use his first skill to get out of the way. This finally the T3 out of the way. Salem forced to use the Detonus Welcome, get out into safety, but no! You got Utah, will not be able to hit a Petrify. You got a 3-man knockup from Nick Stain with the NetherRealm being popped up as well. Vanguard will not want to commit to this team fight. Again, like a Marvel movie, everyone's taking lots of damage, but no one's actually dying.
You can see how cautious both teams are playing, right? Neither team willing to commit into a team fight, and understandably so, right? Exco Esports, they have to deal with the super minions pushing down the lane. And then on the side, you have Vanguard Esports kind of just ensuring that we just here for the turrets. We don't want to fight, right? Peace team, friend.
And we do see the orange bus being put onto Luxian Stain, the enemy orange bus. Already from the side of Team Vanguard, they do have the handed map advantage. They have taken the inhibitor turret as well. It's going to be extremely hard for Exco to even step out of the base with the fear of Luxian Stain, with the fear of the Spear of Destruction coming in at any time. If they go for a solo kill, he still has the immortality. And look at this!
Oh man, Bertiz gets caught out, but he will be able to make it out alive.
Yes.
But Vanguard, though, already starting that long lane zone potential for the next Lord coming up in 20.
Yeah, I think the key portion here for Exco Esports is just gonna suck up the damage and wait for Vanguard Esports to make a mistake. I think at this point, Vanguard Esports have been playing a very immaculate game, right? We're all here just to delay, allow Moskov to push the side lanes, and once those lanes are pushed out, we'll full commit into the fight, and then Moskov can kind of just join. But we're starting to see a little bit of a game coming up. The wall chart's been used, so Vanguard Esports are definitely going to pay attention to that. Will that be the signal to take a fight right now?
Oh, Bertiz does not have his ultimate. Nick Stain knows this. He's trying to be on his backs, trying to stop Bertiz from doing any more harm. But the rest of Exco, they're getting ready. They're ramping up. Utah still has his Black Dragon form. Turtle, the Lord, already in 10k. They're going in with the Minoan Fury trying to knock everyone up. Salen gets that Lord. The nether round popped by both sides. Ken with the British fighter coming in from the backside, dealing so much damage. Gira already with the blazing duet. The rest of Exco, they're falling like flies. In Luxembourg, they're taking it in with the Wind of Nature. Takes down slowly, takes down everyone. Bertizzi on the run, trying to initiate the Great Escape. Just like the Great Houdini, but for going their own base. The Lord marching on that top side. It looks like an easy win for Vanguard as Luxembourg takes down the throne.
Wow, what a game from the side of Team Vanguard versus Exco today. Exco, they played it very well, right? Yuta, he managed to zone out Super MJ to the point where he was forced to use the Netherrealm multiple times. Exco played it very, very well in terms of team fight. Don't discount them from that. But Team Vanguard, they brought a new side of Luxembourg today. Today, we saw a Luxembourg that was so bloodthirsty for kills, so good in terms of cycling the enemy's cooldowns. We saw the mechanics of Luxembourg at its peak today. And I feel that the coach, he brought this side of Luxembourg to him. You are a good player. You can go for these timings. You have to know. And now, with him just activated, Team Vanguard just looks like a new team, man.
Maybe that's what he did it all along. Like, just someone to come and tell him, "You're doing fine, brother. You're doing all good. You are the beast. You're the man." And they'll just say, like, "Yes, I'm the man." Spear of Destruction goes in, clears up the fight. He takes the win. But we'll have to see who's going to be the MVP of the game. Honestly,
I'm going to say Luxian.
it's one of the Stain brothers for me. And yes, it is indeed going to be
Perfect
Luxian
game. 10-0 and 6.
It's him. It's him. He is him. Because Luxembourg was the key mitigating factor towards every single team fight. When Exco looked like they were winning, Luxembourg would come in with the Spear of Destruction. He got the first target slowly. Then afterwards, he got everyone, almost everyone, except Gira with that Maniac. 4 members of Team Vanguard were already down, and Luxembourg came in and said, "Not today, not today. Not on my watch. As long as I'm in the game, I will bring this game back." And that was the key for Team Vanguard.
You know, we can have a counter for every time Luxian hits a Maniac. I think there's 3 times already this season.
Oh,
And it's only the 3rd week.
I said it. He is him.
He is
Luxembourg is him. And I feel that in terms of evolving, last week we saw Ken evolving as an EXP laner, as the Arlot hitting all these final slashes that were super pivotal. Now we see more players of Team Vanguard stepping up. We see teams in the head-to-head. They keep saying that Vanguard is very mechanic-based. They are extremely good players. And now we have the item builds from both teams. We do see Luxembourg just going for damage at first. Then afterwards, building towards the Immortality, building towards the Rose Gold Meteor, knowing just how much advantage he had. And in terms of itemization for Team Exco, it's extremely hard for them to deal with.
Yeah, I think it's very concerning to see that, yes, you have a lot of damage built up on Slowly's Dyrov, but there isn't really much of a front line, right? You got the Dreadnought armor, the Dominance Eyes on Utah, but that's about it. There's really no one that can soak the damage coming from Luxembourg. There's no Blade armor. It's just too much damage coming out of Vanguard Esports to break down Exco's Esports frontline. And on the flip side, in terms of damage-wise, Vanguard Esports is able to kind of just soak up everything that Exco Esports has to offer. I think, yes, it's 16 to 20 in terms of scoreboard, but we saw that every single time that Exco Esports wants to take a fight, they struggle to close it out just because Luxembourg is just there lingering around. MVP of the match, what more can I say?
We're here for a good time.
We're here for a good time,
right? It's like, that's how the Moscow drive-by comes about. I've got Quantum Charge, I've got the Spear of Destruction, I'm coming in, boom, boom, pam, pow, I'm out, I'm back to split pushing.
And with a lot of the side of Exco building up the Quantum Charge, what do you think of this? Like, is the rotations working for Exco, and what do you think they should change up?
In terms of the early game, they got it on point. They were winning the team fights. They just couldn't find the key objective to winning the game, which was Luxembourg. With that Quantum Charge, they needed to get Luxembourg chased down as much as possible. But they had another objective on top of that, which was the Valentina, which was the rat in question. They wanted to get out the Netherrealm as fast as possible.
Yeah, I think a little bit of a side note to the previous scene, right? We saw Moskov actually pick up the Master Assassin on one of the emblems, and you might be wondering, he's gonna be in a team fight. What's the point then? But that actually helps him to deal against Jira's Claude in the early game of the stage. So whether or not he's in a team fight or in a 1v1 situation, split pushing, he's always going to be able to dish out a ton of damage, right? When it comes to team fight, you don't really need the Master Assassin because of the items coming out in the late game. So I think that's perfect setup coming out from Luxian Stain. And if you look at the damage coming out, obviously it's going to be Luxian Stain as the rich guy. 912 gold per minute. Just for context purpose, I think on average in an MPO game, we generally see people
600,
get from
700, yeah.
700, max 800. Anything above 800 is kind of out of the norm. I wouldn't say out of the norm, above average. That's how I'll put it. And I think Luxian Stain has been able to consistently not only split push, but join the fights the right place, the right time, just when the team needs in. I feel a little bit sad I feel a little bit down for XGO Esports though. I felt like there were a couple of fights where it was really, really close, but the answer comes back to how are we going to deal with this? And this question will be posed in the second game. Now we know that Luxian Stain can play the Moskov that well. I'm not saying that I don't know it, I'm just saying it's new information, right? It's new information, we're all trying to process it, and I think this is something that XGO Esports have to take note of.
Yeah, but to be fair though, Luxian Stain plays any marksman well. So like, how can you outban him in about 5 bans on
To quote Lozy, he's the best. Right? Not my words, Lozy.
And let's just take a look at the highlights over here. We see Luxian Stain coming in with the Spear of Disruption. Always there to rely on when in terms of having, you're in problems, Team XGO winning, Vanguard losing. I mean, yeah, you just wait. Luxian Stain is coming.
I think the key point in that fight is we saw the Nether Realm from the Valentina coming out after Jets. And that's so important, right? The first person to pop the Nether Realm kind of loses the fight in some sense because it's kind of expected, right? The cooldown's going to go off first, the team is going to die first. And once again, we see Jet popping up the Nether Realm again in this fight. And once that Nether Realm is down, you see Super MJ, alright, I'm just going to pop it right after yours, and we're going to win this fight because we're tankier. We have more damage because of Luxian Stain, and he's able to just chase down the remaining members of XGO Esports who are just scrambling for their life.
I've got a lot of questions though. We talked a lot about Vanguard, but for XGO though, it's always Bertizzi having a very panicked wild charge. It's always Yuta flying in with the Black Dragon form a little bit too early. How do you think that impacts the entirety of XGO?
I think it's a sign of knowing where the power spike is. I think they recognize the fact that if Moskov joins the fight, they're going to have a very, very tough time to close out the fight. And so, like you said, it's kind of like a bit of a desperation, them trying to catch someone out, trying to make a play. And sometimes I think they stretch a little bit too much, right? And that's where the wild charges come in. Yes, they did get a couple of kills in the early game, but once that Moskov comes online, it's good night, baby.
Yeah, it's extremely hard game, well fought by both teams, but let's break it down with Kin at Off the Desk. That was a very nice segment.
First game of the day. We'll give it some time, and I think speaking of first game of the day, so second game is coming in. I think Kin Teofu will have a lot to say about the first game. I think especially around the team fights, around the turtle, around the lords. We spoke about them being able to kind of even out the scales with the split push.
Yeah.
But funnily enough, it was actually the Moskov that was out pushing the Claude.
It was actually, but the Dairoff was one of the good plays as well. But that's just my opinion. Let's take a look at the analysts at Off the Desk.
It is your favorite kind of tofu, Kin Tofu here. This is a game of excellence from Luxian Stain. Maniac, Savage, whatever you want to call him, he is a monster today. So I'm just going to break it down how it went down for the match itself. XGO, they put up a brilliant fight, but end of the day, you can't deal with the Stain brothers here. So let me show you what's happening here. The line is drawn pretty clear, right? There is the usage of the Spear of Destruction here. Very nice stuns coming in to try and control the rest of the team on the side of Vanguard, right? They've already committed the Black Dragon form, but here's what's happening. Ken, as well as Miss the Nick Stain doing a very good job of controlling, and later on you will see a line drawn very clearly on the back lines on the entirety of EXO, blocking them from number 1, the Lord, and secondly, access into their back lines. Nick Stain, very nice control here. You can see all the way, Lakshan Stain is all alone at the back line. Nobody else is there to defend against the likes of the damage coming in from Lakshan Stain, and EXCO struggling to even get past into the back lines of Vanguard itself. Later on, you'll see the two big synergies coming out from the side of Vanguard here. First and foremost, Nick Stain jumping in with that Stomp of Despair. Pure sadness for the side of EXO here. They couldn't do anything. And followed up by the combination by Super MJ as well. And here we go. This is the MVP of the game here. Lakshan Stain. Nobody else could actually catch him. And you will see saving that Spear of Destruction to just cause absolute mayhem for the entirety of EXCO here. With the Spear of Destruction going to be TPing down all the way into the backlines. And when the Moskov is on tilt with Immortality, there is no way you can win the fight as well. Right, so that's it from me today for this portion. Let's see what's going to happen in the second game in this 3-game series between EXCO and Vanguard. Back to you guys.
I honestly want to cut him off right there. He's like, that's it for me today. No, you stay here.
Yeah.
We still have a game 2, possible game 3. So we'll definitely see him come back with the segment. But I think, honestly, thoughts, guys? Game 2? Game 2?
Kin said a very important point. The synergy, and it actually improved over the last 1 week, especially for Vanguard. Everyone's playing like a unit. Everyone knows their job. Lakshan is always on the back line. They're always protecting him, and Lakshan can even protect himself. So when your team is backing you up and you back yourself up, there's no way that you can die. So whether or not he gets a perfect game in game number 2, really yet to be seen. But he is a sure threat for the side of EXCO, though.
Yeah, I feel that both teams, I mean, even EXCO, they brought it up as well. We see Yuta present a lot in these team fights. We see him on the Yuzong very present, always forcing out the Nether Realm from the side of Super MJ as much as possible. But still, I feel that Team Vanguard, they brought it back. They brought it back, right?
Yeah.
Both teams leveled up.
It's a very delicious game, and I can't wait for game number 2. Speaking of delicious, though.
Yeah, the road to glory has never been tastier with McDonald's. Catch all the MPL Season 7 action and complete the experience with a crispier crunch of the new and improved Chicken McCrispy with McDelivery. That's not all. Thousands of in-game diamonds are up for grabs for you and your squad. Go on and smash your hunger. Terms and conditions applied, but McCrispy, man.
Yeah, if you're on a diet like me, McCrispy's the way to go. No carbs. All protein.
Hey, all carbs, no protein.
And speaking of all protein, that's what we will have to bring in for the next game with the bans and picks given from both sides. A protein-filled lineup, very meaty from the side of Team Vanguard. You see so many frontliners, Minotaur, Farats, Lapu Lapu, and a lot of control as well. And this is what Team Vanguard is going for. On top of that, just stacking control, making sure that you cannot move while you're getting damage at the same time.
Yeah, I want to say that slowly it seems like one of those guys that when in a classroom when a teacher asks what is 2 times 2, everyone would say 4, but he will say 3. You know what I'm saying? So he doesn't want to stick to that meta. He's always trying new heroes out, and that's the Dairoth coming in.
He refuses to conform.
He refuses to conform. You said it right in my mouth, Eris. And I want your opinion on how he plays out, because he picks up the Hanzo one time. It's 100% win rate, although I'll beat 1 game only. You have the Dairoth as well. He picked it up for 2 games, 0% win rate. But how do you think it goes around with this?
Honestly, I think it's a bit of a tough situation with me, right? The way I read the game, I've always felt like slowly is better on the Assassins. And we thought that this meta, after the most recent big patch, we'll see Assassins come back into play, but we haven't really been able to see that. It's still mostly fighters, mostly tanks, the Barats, your Fedrins, and I think that is kind of holding slowly back a bit. I think he's a fantastic assassin, and that's why we still see EXCO Esports trying to experiment with it. How can we make slowly perform on the assassins, but through a tank? And I think it just doesn't work. You gotta pick a choice here.
Yeah.
They went with Dairoth, didn't really work out. I think you played your team's comfort. If you know he can't really perform, on the tanks, go for it. You know, there's the Fannies, the Hayabusas, the Lancelots. We've seen him perform. He can do it. We've seen Brave pick up the Link. And I think that is something that XCO Esports have to keep in mind.
It's victory day one, man. Like, if you want to test it, now's the time. But to be honest, though, XCO fighting for the life, fighting for survival, they need to win this game. You have 2 games back-to-back that you need to destroy Vanguard if you want to make it through to the playoffs. And they are at risk. One of the lowest in the standings right now. But, of course, we need to go back to the draft for game number 2. Vanguard already taking out a lot of these supports, the Minotaur, the Faramis, and the Nathan taking out for Vanguard. XCO though, Loi, Matilda, it's a lot of trends right here. Mobility for XCO, they don't want to deal with that. Vanguard on the other hand, don't want to deal with team fight.
Yeah, it's going to be an extremely hard ask from the side of Team Exco, given the fact that Paramis has already been taken out, right? It has been the crux of the strategy. Jet has been playing a mean Paramis, but we've seen Super MJ on the Valentina. He plays it better. He plays it better. I'll be the Paramis that you need. Now, Angela being taken out, what will we see these teams pick? And now the Harif on the board. This guy has a 70% win rate on this competition so far. The highest ban rate and the highest ban rate that we've seen, pick rate that we've seen out of this entire MPL, 74.36%. He is number 1 on the list, and it's being picked up by Vanguard. Luxian Stain.
70% win rate for the Harith? I mean, why not, man? 70%. It's not flipping a coin, it's flipping a 10-sided die, and you're always like, you know, seven times the charm. But XCO though, how can they counter this Harith? Go back to Esmeralda, go back to basics?
Yeah, there's still a lot of heroes on the board right now. You know, you got your Valentina, you have Esmeralda, like you mentioned. I think there's Roger that you can consider. Whether or not they're going to play in the jungle depends to be seen. But they're sticking to the guns here, right? They still want to pick up the Grok. I think this is the strat that they're trying out right now. The Vexana comes into play. I think that's fantastic. It's kind of similar to what we saw in the previous draft. We go for a tanky front line, and we go for a control mage.
Yeah, the Grok kind of seems to me like it's a counteractive measure. I'm picking it up because I don't want Nick Stain to pick it up.
Yeah, and Grok, but I feel that Grok with Vexana is extremely strong. In terms of the barrier, Grok denies a lot of control. Vexana gives you a lot of zone of control, so you can scale up as a team and take away map control very, very handedly, as one step at a time. But Vanguard, they do have the Arlaw available, and if the Vexana, she does step out, slightly out of position, that final slash will bring Vexana so close to Team Vanguard, and that's what Team Vanguard was going for. We see Ken on the Arlaw evolving last week. He pulled out these final slashes that caught key targets off guard. I mean, early in the game, I was just railing on him for wasting these final slashes. And now, he has been evolving. And it's going to be extremely scary for Team Exco to deal with, especially with the Fredrin as the front line. With Akai, I feel that it's extremely strong in terms of peel, in terms of taking away focus from the Vexana. That's where Team Vanguard's focus will come into play.
Honestly, I would like to see the Kufa. I think the bouncing ball would have done a lot better for XO Esports. But Akai does the job as well. You got heavy spin, you know, you can kind of disengage or engage if you want. And I think that's also one of the measures that XO Esports has in line, or has in mind, to kind of do the Harif, right? When he's in Summer Force, when he's trying to do the Chrome Dash, you can just use the heavy spin to kind of pin him down. But here we see the bans coming out from both sides. You've got the Florian being banned out, they just want to remove the sustain. Woo! Spicy. That's all I'm gonna say. Spicy.
Okay. It took me a while to get it. Message to slowly. Gira is not me because you know it's an ode of respect over to slowly. It's like, hey, slowly, you need me for you to win.
You know what's really funny? If Gira actually pops off this game, if Gira becomes the MVP of this game, this is going to be. It's going to be such a punch.
Yeah, it's a
That's
revenge
how I put
match.
it. Yeah, this
It
is how I
is a
put it.
revenge match that slowly actually needs in this competition.
Yeah, we're going to see the Yuzong get banned out by Vanguard at this point. They just want to take a little bit more control, fighters, and this Akai is a smart pick after all, right? Once again, very flexible draft coming from Exco. As Vanguard, you're going to be wondering, is the Grok going to get going to EXP or the Roam? Is this Akai a Roam or a jungle? I think it's going to be a jungle Akai. Grog's going to be playing that roam role, and it's going to be a different kind of EXP lane. And speaking of EXP laner, you need someone that is able to do the Arlot.
Yeah, Arlot, I mean, very, very good at trying to displace people. But Valentina being plucked off, I mean, it's an extremely good ban coming in from Team Mexico. We see the coach effect right now. The drafts, I feel, extremely strong, trying to go against each other. Valentina against Vexana, you don't want your Eternal Guard being stolen as well. And the gold laner of choice for Team Mexico will be Bruno. He does hold his own versus the Harith. But I mean, we talked about back to basics, right? Esmeralda is still in the pool in terms of EXP lane. So Team Mexico, they can pull that out of the bag if they want to. But I haven't seen Utah on the Esmeralda, so he might be playing a lean and mean Esmeralda as well.
Well, it's pretty much the same gameplay, right? Just split push, join in the fights when you can, and just start. Well, they didn't ban out the Paquito. Maybe Vanguard is trying to force the Paquito onto Utah because it's something that Vanguard could very easily counter, especially with the Arlot using the final slash, keeping him out of position. You need to be very in your face. But the Hellcurt gets picked up right here. I think it'll be going into the hands of Salem, and then Fredrin into the EXP lane, and then Arlot in the roam.
I think it's gonna be more of a Hellcurt roam here. We're gonna see Hellcurt roam. We actually saw Asterisk put it out through FMM. He did a fantastic mid game, you know, and with the new passive, you can go get your stacks when you're out of the fight. I think this is something that Vanguard Esports, what a surprise. Well, I just speak a little bit to Youngin before the game. He said, we're going to have a little bit of a surprise. I think this is it. This is the surprise they have been waiting for.
Actually, to be fair though, I couldn't remember the last time I saw Nick Stain with an Arlot. So maybe he's not comfortable with an Arlot. So the Hellcurt, there's something very different, plays a little bit like a Natalia. But yeah, game 2, Vanguard and XGO, the drafts are all set. Is XGO able to take at least one game away from Vanguard, keeping them afloat in the rest of the competition? Or will Vanguard initiate a clean sweep onto XGO? This is the battle for revenge. Game number 2. Let's get into the game, boys.
Yeah, in terms of vision advantage, I feel that Team Vanguard are playing an extremely dangerous game here. They know their vision advantage. You mean Nick Stain, you can deny so much vision. Super MJ gives you so much vision with the Astral Echo. They will know where they are at all times and deny the vision away from them.
I think Draft is a lot more balanced this time around in game 2, right? You start to see a little bit more sustain coming out from XGO side, a lot more CC. Yes, we spoke about the Grog and game 1. Maybe didn't really do too well, but now you have an Akai to back that up. You have a heavy spin. The wall coming off the Grog is going to be highly utilized. So the question remains, will they be able to deal with Vanguard's surprise pick here on the Hellcurt? And it's Nick Stain. We've never seen Nick Stain play an assassin roam before, or a damage roam, an aggressive roam to a certain degree. He has always been control, Kufras, Minotaurs. So this is something that's a lot different to what we see Vanguard traditionally draft.
And we do see him going on the Bruno, falling extremely low on the bottom lane. Gira will manage to flicker out of there. Still in danger though.
Oh, Gira.
Oh, look at Nick Stain.
Living with a sliver though.
He's just slithering around his... Oh, he's
Nick
waiting for
Stain,
it.
he's out for blood. Gira's still alive with a sliver, but not for long. Luxon Stain takes out that kill. It's the Stain Bros combo. Beck taking down first blood.
And I was gonna lead to that, you know, Nick Stain, he, as a Hellcurt, you require a lot of farm. You require some form of kills in the early game, and he did find Gira. But still, you require a lot of funneling for you to be a danger factor. But we do see the likes of Team XGO grouping up the top lane, looking for something at this point with the turtles spawning. Correct timing at this point. Salem will be able to contest this. I mean, he does have the vision available, and Nick Stain, he's already level 4.
It's a third of the turtle's health. Ken tries to go in with the final slash. Slowly gets popped up, but Jet finally takes down that turtle underneath the noses of Vanguard. But in goes Utah with a falling star moon targeting onto Ken. But he goes down, and Vanguard takes down one of another.
And in terms of damage, right, early game, Team XGO, they have a lot of damage with the Vexana available. With their mid laner being a Novaria, it's still poke, it's still item based. You still need to scale up before you reach a point where you are poking it through. With Verity, extremely hard, but Gira
Next stage, Alpha Blood Gira goes down. There's a gravestone with his name on it.
We're starting to see the tables turn right here. In game 1, it was Exco looking for pickoffs, looking for the split pushers. Vanguard were like, yeah, we want to take this fight. And this time around, the tables have been turned, right? Vanguard here, they're looking for pickoffs. They're trying to abuse the fact that Hellcat can use the Deadly Stinger to just jump on the Bruno. And Exco, on the other hand, they're just looking for team fights because they're just so tanky in the front line.
The lights are off. The lights are off. Heavy spin onto Salem, but he gets out just in the nick of time. Does not get the purple buff, though. Slowly picks it up for himself.
And now we did see Yuta having signs of life on the top lane already, 1-0-1. It will be a factor in the mid game where Luxenstein wants to come online with the Zeman's Force as much as possible. And Luxenstein having a good time in the bottom lane now, but in terms of hero matchup, I feel that he's not gonna have a good time.
Ooh, the Zeman Force and the second skill dealing so much damage already onto Gira. And like he said, his message, Gira is not him, and he's showing slowly that. Exco needs to reposition his resources down on that bottom side for that next turtle.
Yeah, in terms of map control, really handed towards Vanguard right now with Nick Stain on the board. Nick Stain just popping the ultimate just as a deterrent factor, just to prevent anything from going on. In terms of forcing team fights, Exco cannot force any team fights. Vanguard will be on the front foot. They will have the momentum for now with the Astro Echo available at all times. Nick Stain popping the ultimate once again.
Turn off the lights, heavy spin onto that backside though, but the turtle down low slowly picks it up. Salem goes in ham. Ken tries to go in with the final slash as well. Bertizzi goes down to the hands of Luxen, and Salem goes back home.
Extremely hard fight for Team Exco at this point because Vanguard, they have the vision advantage. I mean, in terms of damage, Exco, they will have it. Vanguard, they just have vision advantage, and it's so hard.
What is
if
Yuta
you can't
doing
see
there?
anything on the map?
Oh, Yuta is on the opposite side of the map though. He wants to take down Luxenstein. They identified that he's the win condition though, but is losing out so much farm, so much wave prior up top.
This is going to be recurring team. Speaking about recurring team.
Oh, Jira pops the flicker once again, but the rest of the Goon Squad are here, and Exco realizes that. They don't want to fight this one. On that top side, though, Ken, a 1v1 against Yuta, though.
Yeah, I think this is by coming from Vanguard. Knowing that they have to apply pressure on the bottom lane, this is what forces Baptiste to constantly be babysitting Gira on the goal lane. And that actually forces a lot more pressure on Yuta to be able to rotating. We already saw Yuta at the bottom lane early. We were wondering why he was doing that. But if you look at the retrospective things, if the Grok is unable to kind of fill that void, and that gives up a lot of space for Ken to split push on the top lane, and that's going to be added pressure on how Exco is going to be rotating across the map.
Well, Super MJ has a lot of damage with the Astro Echo already, and Ken just zoning out Yuta, just being on his backsides, and Yuta, there's nowhere that he can go, nowhere that he can run. The next turtle spawning up in 30 seconds.
And Yuta having the lethal ignition on the Esmeralda. I feel that that's really a new build that we've been seeing as of the late, not going for the sustainability, just going for the damage at this point.
Just walking out, just like the great Houdini, disappears into the midnight.
Yeah, it's going to be trade here. Vanguard probably should take slowly down, but the heavy spin comes out.
A desperation heavy spin from slowly pops that out of the way. That's a free turtle for Vanguard.
Yeah, a bit of a trade-off there. Exco going to be taking the first tier at the bot lane. Ken just trying to apply a bit of pressure in the mid lane there. There's lots of options for Vanguard to play around here, and they're just trying to break down Baptiste as much as possible. And this is what we spoke about Vanguard. They're not really going to be doing too well in terms of team fight, in terms of tankiness. So what they can do is just poke, right? You got Owl coming in, just poking away at the Grok's HP. You got Nick Stain that's constantly hunting for the Bruno. There's just so many things that Exco have to look out for. But I think Exco has been doing pretty well in terms of objectives.
I've got a question though, Eris. I noticed that Luxenstein picked up the Festival of Blood instead of the Mystery Shop. How do you think that changes the tide of battles?
I think that's about sustain here going, right? You can increase your mana, you burn down the max HP as well, because that's where Harith he's just going to be constantly putting a lot of DPS. So you want to break down the front line of Exco. You have the Grok, you know, you have the Esmeralda, you have the Akai, and I think it's a really smart play. It keeps his mana pool up as well. So this is what Vanguard looks like.
Next aim from the flank, Hero gets caught out, but he survives, not for long with a sliver. Bertizzi gets caught out underneath the bush, but he gets chowed down by Nick Stain. Takes down a double kill just in time for the next Lord popping up in 40.
And Yuta nowhere inside, all the way at the bottom lane. I mean, Gira keeps getting caught like this. Being Nick Stain, he's doing an extremely good job on the Hellcurt, but I feel like Gira's not gonna have a good time at all.
3, man. If I was him, I'd be stressing out right now. This is an elimination round through to the regular season, and if I could win any team, it would be Vanguard, but they're not giving me an easy time.
And Yuta, he does not have any form of sustainability to join the team fight at all. Going for first 2 damage items already. Starlium, Scythe, and Magic Power from the Blood Wings as well. With Vexana having the Glowing Wand available, it would mean he has a lot of damage in these team fights. And with Enchanted Talisman, cooldowns are there. He can be the fountain of damage that he is meant to be.
I'm kind of concerned to see that there isn't a sign of anti-heal coming out from Exco just yet. No Dominance Eyes, no Necklace of Durance, and that's going to allow Salem to just constantly heal up. And
oh, Bertizzi taking a lot of damage, but then Praise's Wrath gets popped out. Bertizzi, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Luxgen is here in your nightmares.
And that's a good point from you, Aris. I mean, you were talking about not having the anti-heal, right? That just proved that even though you have damage, no anti-heal. You can't take us down, right?
And on the flip side, Super MJ actually prioritized the Necklace of Durance.
Yeah, that's...
Oh, Salem getting knocked back with a heavy spin. Gira goes down low. Nick Stain takes him out. But Salem, he's still in the midst of battle.
And Nick Stain, I mean, he wanted to go for the style points, he wanted to go for Jet, but giving up his own life during that period of time might not be the play that you see, but they do have the Lord pressure available from the side of Team Vanguard. Getting 3 kills, that's a 4K gold advantage already. That's higher than the previous game, and that previous game we saw Vanguard already owning with Luxin Stain.
And you can see how afraid Gira is playing right now, and you can't really blame him for it. You can't really fault him for it. He's constantly being ganged in the lane. There's all nearby. Yes, you know, your priority is to take on Lord, but there's just too much to go through at this point. You kind of have to go through all of the front line. Praise's
Whoa! Slowly will not be able to escape their Praise's Wrath. Yuta trying to zone out Nick Stain from that bottom side, dealing a lot of damage, but not enough to take Nick Stain down. And Exco on the back foot as Vanguard 4,800. No, make it 5,000 gold ahead of Exco.
Extremely hard ask for Exco to come back from this. They will have to rely on Yuta a lot. His Esmeralda key items on a Yuta and take the team fights to their advantage when it is to their advantage. Because Team Exco, they cannot afford to make any slip-ups at this point. They lost all outer turrets already.
Yeah, Exco esports under a lot of pressure. I think there is still a way back into the game, but it's in the form of being able to burst down Salem, right? Before you use the Appraisers Wrath. If they can take down, you know, the Fedra before a buckle fight happens, I think this is where they can look to fight. Remember, you have the heavy spin, you have the deathly grabs, you have lots of CC to kind of lock the Fedra in place. The question is, will Vanguard allow that? Because there is still the Hellcat to worry about, the fact that he can jump in the backline for Gira, the fact that he can just instantly delete Jet if he wishes to. Right, so I think there is a bit of concern there. Salem coming in, you know, going to be using that Retribution. That's going to be another steal away. Not that he needs it, but he does have that advantage in terms of level as compared to Slowly.
It's going to be an uphill battle for Team Exco at this point. We were talking about Vanguard's vision advantage. They have Hellcurt's ultimate. They have the Astral Echo from the Novaria as well. They know where Vexana is at all points of time. But meanwhile, on the side of Team Exco, they have to do so much bush checking because of Nick Stain's pressure, right? Nick Stain will be threatening to kill Gira or Jet at any point in this game right now. He is at that snowball point.
Looks like Vanguard wants to quickly down this Lord to pull Exco out of their comfort zone, out of their base, and into that Lord pit. They want to be able to fight so that they can find that flank onto the backside. Gira not having a good time. He does not have that damage to play this fight, but slowly takes a lot of damage, forced to use a desperation heavy spin just to get out of the way. That's no heavy spin for this next evolved Lord. Lord will go into the hands of Vanguard.
And Yuta is trying to get as much farm as possible. Team Exco not committing to that Lord. I feel that that was the call from them because, I mean, as a team, they felt that Yuta still requires more farm to go into these team fights. He does need the tank ability. He does need the sustainability. He does not have that yet. And if they go into the Lord with that unprepared, they might have just been throwing their life for no reason. So Vanguard, Exco, both making the correct calls, but Vanguard still handedly in the lead. Extremely hard ass for Team Exco. Lord marching down.
Yeah, Vanguard here they just have to play a little bit safe now. They don't really have to make too much of a play. Just let the waves push in, you know, just usher the Lord into the mid lane. I think that is going to be guaranteed tier 3 coming on the side of Vanguard. And Exco here, there's really nothing much they can do unless they can force a fight, unless they spot any members of Vanguard, but Dark Knight Force.
Oh, Dark Knight falls. You got the Lord marching down, but Final Slash peeks down too. There goes Jit. The Bertiz is quick to follow, but Utah on the backside finally takes down Super MJ, but not for long. He goes down as well. That's 3 for the side of Exco. Vanguard still standing strong, 4-man strong, and slowly, no more heavy spin for him to use to push everyone away, and he is sent to a grave with his name written on it. Jira left to his own devices, trying to defend against 4, but not before falls. Vanguard will take this game.
And it's gonna be a 2-0, ladies and gentlemen. Gira doing what he can, but eventually will fall, and so will the base to Team Vanguard, who take these series 2-0. We were expecting, you know, Exco trying to come back, trying their best to put the fall on Yuta, but Vanguard found the chokehold onto Exco. Extremely well done in terms of strategy by them.
Yeah, they were missing the early game, you know, advantage that they sort of have. You saw them go for the first blood on Lucian Stain, or rather Lucian Stain getting the first blood with the Synchro Fusion, even though how could they get it, but all the more better for Vanguard at this point. You want the first blood to be going onto the goal laner, in this case the Harith, and I think this was exceptional gameplay. They knew what they had to do. There was a little bit of a tight fight similar to game 1, where we saw the team with the tankier front lines kind of be able to soak up the damage, going for objectives, being able to win those team fights. But once the mid-game sets in, I think that's where there's a little bit more concern for Vanguard, just because they weren't able to find those team fights anymore in their favor. Akai wasn't able to find a perfect heavy spin. The Grog wasn't able to use Ball Charge in the right place at the right time, just because of how separated the members of Vanguard was. And on top of that, you had Hellcat to deal with all of this. And there was just so much pressure on Gira as goal laner. I don't fault him for that, right? It was just really good drafting coming like that.
Yeah, speaking of Youngin though, the coach makes so much difference, and I've seen the evolution.
I know where this is going.
Vanguard, are they a huge contender this time around for Vanguard?
I think it's still early to say. I think it's really
Week
too
3,
early.
it's just
to say.
2
It's
more
it's
weeks.
just week 3. At the end of the day, playoffs to me, it's always a coin toss. But you know what's not a coin toss?
The MVP.
The MVP.
I'm saying Luxian again. He's got a perfect game, 2 perfect games in a row. His
gotta give it
KDA's
to Nick.
all up there. But Nick,
I gotta give it to Nick this time, because Nick, he brought the pressure in terms of map control, in terms of the early game kills. He got the advantage needed for Luxian Stain to perform. And Nick Stain was the enabling factor as the roamer, because he managed to cancel out Gira to the point where Luxian Stain could be like, yeah, just leave me alone. I'll be fine. I got enough farm. 3 people ganked him. Sure. I'm getting out of this one alive.
the fact that like Luxian was able to just walk out of 3-4 ultimates thrown at him, it was just a sight to behold, right? It's just Luxian playing out of his mind. Nick Stain being the enabler. The Stain brothers really a huge threat in the entire competition, especially in Vanguard esports.
Yeah, I think there's just a lot that Exco had to deal with. That Vanguard had to put out, right? You talked about members of Exco trying to catch out the Hellcat. He has a hidden terror, the extra movement speed, the fact that he has pretty much a free Garden Helm with his rework. And I think that was a very big point that, you know, Vanguard were looking to exploit, and the fact that they took it out at the very end of the draft definitely caught Exco out of guard. You know, No pun intended.
We are seeing different sides of Vanguard today. We saw Liechtenstein performing just now in the game 1, and now game 2 we see Nick Stain performing as well. I mean, Ken, I feel that Ken, he has been a solid R-Lot for the most part of this whole tournament, because the fact that the heavy spin was not available was due to Ken forcing it out with the final flashes, always making sure that slowly is out of position. He has the final spin out. Desperation, you called it, right, Ryan? I mean,
Exco didn't pick up either Dominus Ice as a first item or a Necklace of Endurance for Jet on this Vexana, sorry, brain fart there. But yeah, I think that was a big impact as to how Vanguard managed to win the team fights. There was no one that's able to take on Fajin. You look at the emblems here, pretty standard across the board. I don't think we see anything out of the ordinary. But Nick Stain here, definitely the man of the show. That Master Assassin, the number of times he hunted down Gira, boy, I wouldn't... Honestly, it was a tough game. It was a really, really tough game to Exco to play because you were constantly torn across the map. You had to protect your Bruno, but at the same time, you had to go for team fights, and there was it's just really, really tough for Exco to scale as the game went on.
Yeah, and all the momentum fell onto Nick Stain, right? He was the playmaker, I feel, but it was all to enable his brother. Enable Liechtenstein as the carry, as the rich guy. I mean, if you look at the stats, he is able to deal the damage, and it's more than 50% of the entire team. I mean, combine it, 114k. Liechtenstein has been putting up numbers this entire series, and we see slowly he tried to beat the tank as much as possible, but he was forced into desperation by Ken. All across the board, Vanguard, they had extremely good synergy. They knew what they were doing. Itemization for Super MJ was extremely good as well. So scary to deal with in terms of team fight. They forced Gira into a corner, and then they forced Jet into a position that he doesn't want. Slowly cooldown not there. Yuta's farm not there as well, because he was forced to go in early as much as possible to take out Liechtenstein after Gira was killed. Then afterwards, Yuta could not recover in terms of farm because he went for the Stadium Scythe, he went for the Blood Wings, he did not have any tank ability, he did not have any sustain, did not go for any forms of early game advantage in terms of like getting an enchanted talisman or whatsoever, did not have that.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting that you point out Liechtenstein as well. I think it's fair to say that he has received a lot of hit ever since Vanguard qualified for MPL in the previous season. A lot of people criticize his gameplay. They say he wasn't putting up numbers, he wasn't putting up stats. But if you look at how Vanguard has evolved as a team, I think that's kind of a strat that they're trying to pull off, right? Yes, 80% kind of expected on the Harif, on the Moskov, sorry. But the fact that he's able to pull all these numbers on the Harif as well goes to show that they want to involve Liechtenstein in the fight, but at the right time. They don't want to rush him into fights when they're not ready, when he's not far up yet. And I think that's the way that Vanguard have found their identity. We'll put pressure on the enemy, buy time for our goal lane to farm up, and when he's ready, we'll go ham.
Yeah. I just want to add, like, this game actually puts Exco down at the bottoms. It's very, very difficult to claw themselves back up, but we'll check this out after a mic check.
I clear it, I come up.
Nice!
Oh, clock coming.
Hey, watch on you. You're alive.
No. I coming.
Can we go?
Go.
We can.
No Petri.
Hey, nice.
Can go. Wait, my ulti 3 seconds.
I'm okay.
Yeah, I can go.
Go.
Don't
Find me more. Hey, look.
I coming. I can save you.
Hey, they all over. You want to fight?
Low.
Nice.
Can go. I think you can go.
Nice one. Look, nice.
Action back. I can save you guys.
Hey, Yuzong. Nice. We can fight, ah.
Come on, guys.
Keep fight.
Nice.
Run slowly. Hello. Bye.
Nice one.
Hey, you careful, Ken.
Hey, dash.
Hey, let's sing. Nice one.
Akai here.
Never mind.
Nice. Ready for this?
Go for top, guys.
Akai and Vexana going to your...
Top lane now, with tower.
Nice.
Watch me. No, it's good.
Now MJ guys.
Wow.
I'm okay, I'm okay, I'm okay.
Hey, pass him, pass him, pass him.
I think can.
Nice
Hey,
one.
relax, relax, relax.
Nice.
Can I just say that was fantastic? I think it was very clean communication, very precise, right? Every single information given to the team is exactly what they needed. Lucian Stain informing his team, I'm going to clear this wave and I'm going to join you guys. There's no petrify, we can clean up, discipline, we take top tower. That's what a team comm should look like, right? Very positive, no one panicking in any side of distress. The fact that they were confident throughout the fight, and I think that was just... I wish my team communicated like that during my rankings.
You know, to be fair though, they were very, very serious in the early game, in like first game. And then after like they knew that they were gonna win and they had the upper hand, they were like, no, nice all the way. So like, I love that so much. But hey, here to break it down, it's Kin Tofu from Off the Desk.
All right, welcome back. Now, this was a fantastic game by Vanguard, and I think they are the team of the day. You know, game one, we were talking about, hey, Lucian Stain is so painful. He's a well-played, well-oiled machine. But this time, the entirety of Vanguard playing absolute to their limits as well. Right, first off, we have Baptiste, who was down for the count for another 8 seconds. The Lord was already being taken by Vanguard. But what's beautiful here is the understanding of where XCO could only go from here. Slowly, as you can see, we'll have to commit the heavy spin and look at the positioning later of Vanguard. So clean. So the moment slowly gets pushed away into the middle of everyone. Look at the positioning of Vanguard players. Ken on the backside, MJ as well, Lucian Stain. Nobody is reachable or envisioned on the side of XCO as well. And from this, they will then transition into a death ball, just capturing the entirety of XCO. Right off the bat, you will see them start moving into position. Ken this time played a spectacular movement across the entirety of the map here in the Lord's Pit. You'll see how Nick Stain also does a combination with the team here to make sure he takes Gira out of the picture. And once Gira is out, there's not a lot of damage left on the side of XCO. Right off the bat, you see Gira being chased off already. And Nick Stain gets the mega kill for the team as well. And more importantly, they have to finish this combination. That's where Ken comes into play. Mr. Ken doing so much work in that part of the Lord Pit. He's going to be able to, number one, chase away the Vexana. Jet has nowhere left to go. He's going to put a barrier down here. And once Ken knows that, hey, there's no more danger to the team, he then transitions to help out the rest of the team here. Very beautiful movement from the side of Ken. Making sure he's able to get his eyes on Yuta, making sure that his goal laner is safe. Lucian Stain, once again, one of the win conditions, playing safe and killing Ali for the XCO from this point on. So you're going to see Yuta chase him down. He's going to try and get him down, but Lucian is already so far ahead. He is so paying the damage, and Ken comes in to join the fray, make sure there's no more options for the side of XCO to take. And this was a beautiful fight, and they just continued this combination the entire day, and XCO didn't really stand a chance from the mid-game onwards. And that will be all from my section. Congratulations to Vanguard. XCO, it was a valiant effort, but it didn't last that long. So right now, we're going to throw it back to Cheryl. Let's hear that interview.
Thank you so much, Teacher Kin, for that analysis. Now, Vanguard definitely knew the assignment and they delivered. And right here, I have Lucian Stain beside me. So you guys had a very, very busy week in the transfer week itself. We have seen the addition of Youngin as well as Deck as a roam, as a sub. So with that being said, does these new additions make you feel more comfortable moving on right here in the regular season?
Yeah, it made me feel more confident. Because my room always, when telling something, he always talk back. But Riston say talk to wood better. But now he never talk back, so it's a wood now.
But I mean, Ridston is a really, really good coach before the addition of Daryl. And of course, once Youngin came in, do you think that it changes the dynamic or the play style that you guys have already adopted?
Yeah, it changes everything because listen to him, especially Nick. Yeah.
So Nick finally got someone to to kind of just hold him down, put him in place lah.
Yeah, it becomes a wood.
So Yang In is the teacher with the rotan. Okay, interesting. Now, also, we realized that there's a shift in terms of the draft as well. Usually, Nick is always playing hard tanks, and then you guys, like the typical Stain brothers, are always together like Siamese twins. But right now, we see Hellcut, and then you playing the Harif. So, which means that you guys are in kind of different positions in the map constantly. Does this pose as a difficult situation for you guys and you're adapting? Or this is something that you guys have planned out long time ago?
No, we can play this out, but we're just not confident last time. Because we don't know how to draft.
Right, so right now with the addition of Coach Yang In, it definitely boosted your confidence approaching the game. Now, another thing I would like to ask is, you have been, I would say, lack of better word, consistently late when it comes to team fights usually, but yet you always delivered when it comes to kills. So is that a strategy for Vanguard Esports?
Don't know, maybe I just slow. I slow reaction, I always get, that's why.
Or is it but the thing is, yet you deliver in terms of KDA. So like, is this something that, you know, that the team already knows that, you know, they just set up and then you come in and then just do the cleanup?
No, today just lucky only, that's why. MJ always carry it.
Okay. So moving forward, you have faced off 5 different teams already in the regular season. Who do you think was the toughest goal laner that you have met so far?
Gira.
You bully him until like that, then you Gira. Like, okay, let's be real. Who is the toughest goal laner that you have met that poses a challenge to you?
The CS, I guess, cause he confident. But they are not confident. But now got Yang In, so confirm more confident.
So if you get a chance to meet him in playoffs, that is the one that you're looking forward to. Would that be?
Not say looking for the fight Vanix, but
Vanix.
Fight CS again, I think sure win.
All right. So thank you so much, Laksha, and congratulations on being MVP of Game 1. So yes, guys, congratulations to Vanguard Esports. Now, once again, they definitely knew the assignment and they have delivered right here from match 1 itself. So it is a very exciting opening right here for week 3, day 1. So with that being said, we're moving on to match 2 in just a few moments time, where we will see the likes of Homebois SG going up against RSGSG. Now, with the scores so tight in the overall standings, what will unfurl in match 2? Stick around and we'll see you then.
Hey, come on. Okay. Power Gazer.
OSIM.
这肯定是你，这个不用讲的，这个不是cut TC就是 Hades， 随便写而已。
Who is this? Oh, wait, this one is the who lah. This is the import lah.
Oh, that I know already.
Oh, wait.
Bro, it's this feather.
I think this should.
It's this feather.
The one?
Bro, correct ah?
Oh, yeah.
What's your appearance?
It's covered import.
Yeah, I just guess it.
Wow. Vio, no cure. Vio, no cure. Confirm. For sure.
Kia. Wait.
Confident.
Gasa.
I'm 100% confident.
Oh, I think it's
Who is?
import.
Oh.
You can to play EXP.
If I spell name,
It's okay.
Oh, wait.
We are no cure. Correct.
You look like Venom Cup, bro. How does that look like slowly? Slowly don't look like that, bro. Slowly your ex-teammate, no way he look like that when he was young.
3, 2, 1.
I told you, bro.
Bro. Forgot about him, huh?
3, 2, 1. Correct. 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. It's real no cure.
My goodness.
So, it's well for us.
Sorry. People gonna chase up.
3, 2, 1.
Oh, okay. Huh? Who is this?
Oh, wait. This one.
I think this one, eh. Wait. You tell me if I'm right.
Oh, it's Bray, bro.
Don't know. You don't know who is it? You don't know who is it? And then? What are you thinking?
Look at you.
Wow. Who is that?
I have no idea who is that. Oh, wait. Oh, okay.
Oh, this one confirm no who already lah.
Huh?
Oh yeah, it's Ray.
Okay, can we answers? 3, 2, 1.
Bray actually look the same, bro. Bray looks the same now, eh.
I guess all opposite.
Right, it's Bray.
Okay.
3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Right, it's Bray.
Yes.
2, 1.
Oh, Brian.
Bray.
Alright, ladies and gents, my name is Jace. Right here, I'm joining with Super MJ and Nick Stain from Vanguard Esports. Super MJ, do you want to add on to any more of that introduction?
Yeah, I'm Super MJ from Philippines. Then I'm playing mid lane for Vanguard SG.
Okay. Nick Stain.
Hello everybody, I'm Nick Stain and I'm the roamer for Vanguard, and this season I hope everybody can support us. Yeah.
Last season in 4th place, which is very high for any community team. The last time that a community team did this was Team Evil when their first debut. What do you feel about that, Nick Stain?
I'll say y'all see us wrongly lah. I don't feel we were a community team at all, like from the first place.
Okay.
Cause Lakshan has been in Xeon last time. Then I also has been Evol's Blitz late for damn long already. Like for quite a long period of time. And also Super Ryan is been revival, like around those kind of people lah, like MPL. Plus slowly and Chut, they were from MDL as well, right? So I don't think based on those kind of facts, y'all can call us a community team lah, to be honest.
But this time around, you are getting someone from the PH instead of ID. Chut is from ID.
Yes.
Slowly is also from ID. Now this time around, you're replacing it Salem and also Super MJ. Both are PH imports. So I think I'm just gonna pass it over to MJ now. MJ, have you played with Salem before?
Yeah, I play with him in round.
In rank?
Yeah, not on the same team.
Not in the same
Yeah.
team. Nick, when I would say that you're very actively involved in the organization of Vanguard, right?
Yeah.
Can I say that? Yeah. When you saw Super MJ for the first time during the trials, what was your impression of him?
I was like, cause before Super MJ, right, we actually locked in another mage.
Oh, your second choice MJ.
No. No, let me finish first. We locked in another mage. It's called Ryojin lah. This mage from Euphoria Esports.
It's also from them.
Yeah. But we found out that like after a while of playing, at first he was doing fine with that one hero Novaria. But after a while we realized like, oh, that guy like very shaky, he keep on dying, scream, like he's causing us the games lah. As an import, you cannot be causing us the games, right? Like you should be like somewhat doing your job well, right? So what we felt was like me, Lakshan and like the management, we felt that Ryojin wasn't doing well, so we decided to kick him. So we kick him, then we were finding another mage. Then we had this one coach that time that is called Zemi. He went to look around and found MJ. And then MJ came to try out. And on the day of trial, right, like we played a few scrims together. I realized me and MJ, like the synergy like quite good together.
Wow, so
yeah.
Super MJ is gonna start calling himself MJ Stain?
No.
Not yet. Not yet. One day.
So we found our synergy like quite good, right? Then like it was way better than me and Ryojin, like I speak. And then I was like, bro, like no point like just why not? Like MJ is so much better. So like what's the point of the Ryojin, the other mage?
Okay.
So we just took MJ in lah.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Okay, then what about Salem? I need to remember it's like Salem, not Salem.
Okay, so for Salem, right? Initially he was on Salem as well. Initially he was another hyper, but due to some internal issues, we changed hyper to Salem. Yeah.
Oh, so he wasn't supposed to be the hyper, or was supposed to be?
He was another one, but due to some other issues, we decided to change the hyper.
Are you able to share who that hyper you got, or is it an import?
Yes, it's an import
From PH as well.
from PH.
I see.
Yeah.
Knowing that Slowly is now in Xcode Esports now, what do you feel about? Do you have anything to say to Slowly being in Xcode now?
Although we somewhat kicked him out, but he's still a friend of ours lah. So I'll still wish him all the best. But just know that we will knock him out of MPL this season lah.
Okay. Nice. All right. Now I want to focus more on Salem, MJ. Do you want to tell us, like, especially for the Singaporeans who are watching or do not know about MDL PH for the first time, how is it like in MDL PH, and is there any difference between MDL PH and playing with our Singaporean boys and girls?
It's very different because in PH when you playing with your fellow countrymen, it's very easy to communicate like that. You can execute plan properly like that. Then you know what their wants, they don't want to do like that. So in Singaporeans, like I need to adjust more like that in my language barrier like that. I need to improve, then teach what I learned from the PH, share the ideas like that.
Then, why do you decide to come to Singapore as a Filipino import?
I think I want to explore more. Then I want to learn something like that. New environment, new ambience, new people. Then I learn a lot. Then
What have you learned being a Singaporean import in Singapore?
You need to adjust. Then you need to step up because you know that they need help. That's why they get me. So I need to step up, do my job like that. Yeah.
How's your parents think? What does your parents think about you coming to Singapore?
I think
Okay, or are they like worried about you or stuff like that?
like 50-50 like that. But they know me a lot, so they don't worry about me. Yeah.
So you have very supportive parents, right?
Yeah.
That's great. What about Nick?
Thank-
What about
thank you
Nick?
to them.
Yeah.
Oh, my parents are always asking me to quit.
Because you've been on the sub for a long time, is it?
No lah. It's because like they don't really want me to play game that much. They want me to study, but like, I don't really like to study also lah. So I just continue playing So like I'm kind of like rebellious. I don't really care, but I just continue playing.
From what I gathered from the ground, is that Vanguard with Salem and also Super MJ, depending on their performance in regular season, you guys are the dark horses once again. What do you have to say to them?
Regarding the dark horse,
Yes.
I after last season, right, and then like since we improved with Filipinos imports, right, I don't think y'all can see us as dark horse. We are one of the teams that can really hurt in the like upset, like Flash, Bleed, all this. Like I see it coming in my in my imagination. Like in my books, right, I already see it's written in my books.
All right.
Yeah.
Which team are you looking forward to fight?
Of course.
Okay, I know you're definitely going to say Team Flash. What about the second team?
Second team will be Bleed lah. Yeah.
Bleed.
Cause they are the two teams that I feel have the highest chance of winning this season. Yeah. Other teams, I think not really.
Do you put them below you or above you?
Personally, I put below me. Yeah.
Since we're talking about that, bottom two teams to be relegated this season.
Exco and Asterisk.
That was quick.
Yeah.
Okay, but why Asterisk?
Hey, no. I'll change my mind.
Okay.
I'll change it to Exco and Homebois.
Exco and Homebois. Why Exco?
First of all, Exco,
Because
I think...
Is it because Slowly's in there?
No, it's not because of Slowly. I think it's because of the Singaporean players. Because I think they are not strong enough to
Who
be.
do you think is the weakest thing in Exco?
I think, if you ask me honestly, I think it's their goal laner.
The goat laner, Gira.
Yeah. I saw his gameplay, he seems a bit too aggressive, which I think would get punished in MPLSG. But in qualifier, since it's so-called the lower tier, that's why he get to shine there.
Okay.
Then for Homeboys, I feel that their trio mid is like in a mess. Unless in the transfer window they do something about it. Yeah.
The trio mid is Buji, Sub, and Wolf. Based on this list that I'm looking at right now.
Yeah, I feel Buji is fine because he has the RIG experience, but it's the Rome and the Hyper that is inexperienced, and they are like publics of SG, which I don't think will succeed in MPL SG. Like in in MPL, I feel that if you have a weak trio mid, you basically just lost the game already.
Yeah. Do you have any like thoughts, or do you think you agree with Nick's bottom two?
I think, yeah, but the other team, I don't have an idea.
Okay.
For some Singaporeans.
Okay, great. What about this? Instead, for you, which team would you like to face most?
I want to face Bleed also and Flash.
Because Bleed has the Sagit Nu and Seiji in there. Team Flash is because they are the best right now. Okay. Nick, I want to talk to you about your relationship with JPL. is it like? Because I don't think the people from outside of MPL Singapore players knows about that relationship. Can you elaborate more on that?
So like since season 3, you know, JPL has been playing ahead of me, even though like I play in MSC all those, right? Uh, me and JPL, the reason why we can play together in the same team in MSC or like all these kind of big international tournament, right, is because we have a good friendship with each other, lah. Like at the first place, like we always laugh and joke about stuff when we're in the same team. So like you all can't see us as like arch rivals or whatever. Like we are just like casual too, like so-called friends, lah. But like that day, like that time when we fought Bleed, right, that BM wasn't targeted like on JPL only. It was like on the whole Bleed because like they kicked me out.
We talk more. I want to talk more about JPL a little bit. People know that he's not a young spring chicken anymore, right? Do you think his skill, as well, someone that's very close to him? I know I asked this to quite a few people, right? Do you think his skill has deteriorated, or what do you think?
I think right now, like if compare right now his form with the prime JPL, right, I'll say he's like at 60 to 70% of the prime JPL. Cause like his age, like as y'all can see, like every season, like if y'all I don't know can tell or not, but like personally from my point of view, right, I feel his mechanics is dropping every season, lah. But his macro is still there.
Yeah.
That's the thing. So but like his mechanics are quite bad. But he used macro to cover it. So in Singapore, right, you don't need that much mechanic to like be the champion. So like I feel like in local still right, in local is okay. But in international, as you can see from the Games of Future against the Russian team, I forgot what's the name. That's where they struggled because JPL couldn't find a catch. No engage couldn't be start. So eventually they just lost.
I see.
That's the point that I saw.
So I see. Okay. Yeah, I think you're the best person to ask in my opinion because you're so close to JPL. Okay, great. Then we're gonna talk more about the top 3 players, Nick, in Singapore, MPL Singapore.
Top 3 players?
Yeah.
Including imports?
Including imports. If you want to, I think you've been here for quite a long time. I'm gonna open it up for even past players as well.
Top 3 of all time, so basically.
Of all time, MPL Singapore. Who do you look up to?
1 will be Bray.
Bray, okay.
Yeah. 2, I'll put JPL.
JPL, yep.
Yeah.
Definitely.
3, Diablo.
Diablo.
Yeah.
Why Bray top though?
Bray, cause he's one of the best tank junglers I've ever seen. The way he positioned in turtle fight, he's like giving you the threat, but without like he don't even need teammates around him. Like he's a threat himself standing there in the turtle. Like people just backs off because his aura is so strong. Like I don't know how he does it, but like when I fought him, that's what I felt. Like his aura is way stronger than other junglers. Yeah.
Okay, great. Now I'm gonna flip it the other way around. Bottom 3 players in MPL Singapore.
Bottom 3 in this season or all time?
This season.
This season. But I cannot include subs.
No, don't include subs.
Yeah,
Include
okay.
rosters.
Bottom 3.
Yeah.
Like serious one or like?
Serious one.
Bottom 3.
Yeah, because I'll definitely ask you why.
Okay.
Yeah. Bottom 3, let's go.
I'll say Jira.
Gira, okay.
Gira
actually. Yeah. It's Gira.
Oh,
not
okay,
Jira.
okay.
Yeah.
The Sep guy.
Sep,
yeah.
okay.
And Yunsky.
Yunsky. Why Yunsky?
I feel Yunsky he needs my path to be good. Like
your path.
Yeah, like he needs like someone like JPL to start him out, to understand role more. Cause when I faced him last season, he seems like he don't understand his hero enough. Like he's playing Valia but he's opening the map. Like stuff like that. Like I can tell like he lacks the experience, he lacks the understanding. That's why I put him there.
Then you mentioned sub is because probably you mentioned earlier just now, it's a public player.
Yeah.
No community.
Yeah, no community experience. I don't know who is he. I
never know whether there may be another second evil. You know, you never
As
know
in-
when he become our next powerful. I don't know.
yeah, but for now I'll rank him bottom because I really don't know anything about him, and I feel that he's bottom lah. Yeah.
But Gira is probably beef.
Huh?
Gira is probably beef.
No, it's not
it's
beef.
not beef.
I just feel that he as a like player in like I don't see him doing good in MPL. That's all.
Because it's too aggressive.
Yeah, it's too aggressive.
I see. Okay. Okay. Great. Now I want to talk more about for people who might have doubted you before or even today. Do you have anything to say to them? Vanguard may be relegated. Like people may say that Vanguard may get relegated this season. Do you have anything to say against them?
I'll say y'all can just watch this season as y'all be surprised where we will stand at the end of the regular or even playoff, because I'm very confident with my teammates. And when I have this kind of confidence, it was like during playoff we beat that kind of confidence. Like I really trust this current lineup that we can like really do something in MPL SG and not just stay inside. I don't want to stay inside. I want to prove to everybody that we are not just a dark horse. We are one of the contenders.
Then you mentioned, you said that they're more supportive right now of 50-50, right? You also mentioned that only because once you got more like your results or something, right? That they're more confident in you. Now, in my opinion, I'm not sure whether you agree with me. Is it true that you see Singapore as a springboard for you to grow as a pro player?
Yeah, because it's my first time playing an MPL, so it's a new experience to me. Then I don't think that it's easy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's stay for one more season. We come back here again next season. I'm gonna ask you a question. What's the difference between MPL and NDL?
You never know.
Yeah, great. Well, do you have anything to say to your fans?
I'll say even if we don't have much fans, we will eventually get more fans, because I believe that we can be a we can be a champion contender this season. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I'm good. MJ, do you have anything to say about your new environment in Singapore?
Please support us in MPL.
Okay. That's all right. I'm great. Thank you very much. Hey, come on, come on. Okay. Power Gazer.
OSIM.
这肯定是你，这个不用讲的，这个不是 cut TC 就是 Hades。随便写而已。
Who is this? Oh, wait, this one is the who lah. This is the import lah.
Oh, that I know already.
Oh, yeah, wait.
No, it's this feather.
I think this should.
It's this feather.
The one?
Bro, correct ah?
Oh, yeah.
What's your appearance?
It's confirm import ah.
I just guess it.
Wow. Vio, no cure. Vio, no cure. Confirm. For sure.
Here. Wait.
Confident.
Gasa.
I'm 100% confident.
Oh. I think it's
Who is?
import.
Oh.
You can to play EXP.
If I spell name,
It's okay. Oh, wait. We are no kill. Correct.
You look like Venom Cup, bro. How does that look like slowly? Slowly don't look like that, bro. Slowly your ex-teammate, no he look like that when he was young.
3, 2, 1.
I told you, bro.
Bro,
Bro.
forgot about him ah.
3, 2, 1. Correct. 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. It's real no kill. My goodness.
So, it's well for us.
Sorry.
People gonna chase us.
3, 2, 1.
Oh, okay. Huh? Who is this?
Oh, wait. This one.
I think this one eh. Wait. Tell me if I'm right ah.
Oh, it's Bray, bro.
Don't know. You don't know who is that? You don't know who is that? And then, what are you thinking?
Look at you.
Wow. Who is that?
I have no idea who is that. Oh, wait. Oh, okay.
This one confirm know who already lah.
Oh yeah, it's Ray.
Okay, can we answers? 3, 2, 1.
Bray actually look the same, bro. Bray looks the same now, eh.
I guess all the opposite. Right, it's Bray.
Okay.
3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Right, it's Bray.
Yes.
2, 1.
Oh, Brian.
Bray.
Alright, ladies and gents, my name is Jace. Right here, I'm joining with Super MJ and Nick Stain from Vanguard Esports. Super MJ, do you want to add on to any more of that introduction?
Yeah, I'm Super MJ from Philippines. Then I'm playing mid lane for Vanguard SG.
Okay. Nick Stain?
Hello everybody, I'm Nick Stain and I'm the roamer for Vanguard, and this season I hope everybody can support us. Yeah.
Last season in 4th place, which is very high for any community team. The last time that a community team did this was Team Evil when their first debut. What do you feel about that, Nick Stain?
I'll say y'all see us wrongly lah. I don't feel we were a community team at all, like from the first place.
Okay.
Cause Lakshan has been Xeon last time. Then I also has been Evol's Blitz late for damn long already. Like for quite a long period of time. And also Super Ryan is being revival like around those kind of people lah, like MPL. Plus Slowly and Chut, they were from MDL as well, right? So I don't think based on those kind of facts, y'all can call us a community team lah, to be honest.
But this time around, you are getting someone from the PH instead of ID. Chut is from ID.
Yes.
Slowly is also from ID. Now this time around, you're replacing it Salem and also Super MJ. Both are PH imports. So I think I'm just gonna pass it over to MJ now. MJ, have you played with Salem before?
Yeah, I play with him in round.
In rank?
Yeah, not on the same team.
Not in the same
Yeah.
team. Nick, when I would say that you're very actively involved in the organization of Vanguard, right?
Yeah.
Can I say that? Yeah. When you saw Super MJ for the first time during the trials, what was your impression of him?
I was like, cause before Super MJ, right, we actually locked in another mage.
Oh, your second choice MJ.
No. No, let me finish first. We locked in another mage. It's called Ryojin lah. This mage from Euphoria Esports.
It's also from them.
Yeah. But we found out that like after a while of playing, at first he was doing fine with that one hero Novaria. But after a while we realized like, oh, that guy like very shaky, he keep on dying, scream, like he's causing us the games as a like as an import you cannot be causing us the games, right? Like you should be like somewhat doing your job well, right? So what we felt was like me, Lakshan and like the management, we felt that Ryojin wasn't doing well, so we decided to kick him. So we kick him, then we were finding another mage. Then we had this one coach that time that is called Zemi. He went to look around and found MJ. And then MJ came to try out. And on the day of trial, right, like we played a few scrims together. I realized me and MJ like the synergy like quite good together.
Wow, so
yeah.
Super MJ is gonna start calling himself MJ Stain?
No.
Not yet. Not yet. One day.
So we found our synergy like quite good, right? Then like it was way better than me and Ryojin like speak. And then I was like, bro, like no point like just why not? Like MJ is so much better. So like what's the point of the Ryojin, the other mage?
Okay.
So we just took MJ in lah.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Okay, then what about Salem? I need to remember it's like Salem, not Salem.
Okay, so for Salem, right? Initially he was on Salem as well. Initially he was another hyper, but due to some internal issues, we changed hyper to Salem. Yeah.
Oh, so he wasn't supposed to be the hyper, or it was supposed to be?
He was another one,
Yeah.
but due to some other issues, we decided to change the hyper.
Are you able to share who that hyper you got, or is it an import
Yes, it's an import
from PH as well?
from PH.
I see.
Yeah.
Knowing that Slowly is now in Xcode Esports now, what do you feel about? Do you have anything to say to Slowly being in Xcode now?
Although we somewhat kicked him out, but he's still a friend of ours lah. So I'll still wish him all the best. But just know that we will knock him out of MPL this season lah.
Okay, nice. All right, now I want to focus more on not Salem, MJ. Do you want to tell us, like, especially for the Singaporeans who are watching or do not know about MDLPH for the first time, how is it like in MDLPH, and is there any difference between MDLPH and playing with our Singaporean boys and girls?
It's very different because in PH when you playing with your fellow countrymen, it's very easy to communicate like that. You can execute plan properly like that. Then you know what their wants, what they don't want to do like that. So in Singaporeans, like I need to adjust more like that in my language barrier like that. I need to improve, then teach what I learned from the PH, share the ideas like that.
Then, why do you decide to come to Singapore as a Filipino import?
I think I want to explore more. Then I want to learn something like that. New environment, new ambience, new people. Then I learn a lot. Then
What have you learned being a Singaporean import in Singapore?
You need to adjust. Then you need to step up because you know that they need help. That's why they get me. So I need to step up, do my job like that. Yeah.
How's your parents think? What does your parents think about you coming to Singapore?
I
Are
think
they okay, or are they like worried about you or stuff like that?
like 50-50 like that. But they know me a lot, so they don't worry about me. Yeah.
So you have very supportive parents, right?
Yeah.
That's great. What about Nick? What about
Thank you
Nick?
to them.
Yeah.
Oh, my parents always ask me to quit.
Because you've been on the sub for a long time, is it?
No lah. It's because like they don't really want me to play game that much. They want me to study, but like, I don't really like to study also lah. So I just continue playing oh. So like I'm kind of like rebellious. I don't really care, but I just continue playing.
From what I gathered from the ground, it's like Vanguard with Salem and also Super MJ, depending on their performance in regular season, You guys are the dark horses once again. What do you have to say to them?
Regarding the dark horse,
Yes.
I after last season, right, and then like since we improved with Filipinos imports, right, I don't think y'all can see us as dark horse. We are one of the teams that can really hurt in the like upset, like Flash, Bleed, all these. Like I see it coming in my in my imagination. Like in my in my in my books, right, I already see it's written in my books.
All right.
Yeah.
Who? Oh, sorry. Which team are you looking forward to fight?
Of course.
Okay, I know you're definitely going to say Team Flash. What about the second team?
Second team will be Bleed lah. Yeah.
Bleed.
Cause they are the two teams that I feel have the highest chance of winning this season. Yeah. Other teams, I think not really.
Do you put them below you or above you?
Personally, I put below me. Yeah.
Since we're talking about that, bottom two teams to be relegated this season.
Exco and Asterisk.
That was quick.
Yeah.
Okay, but why Asterisk?
Hey, no. I'll change my mind.
Okay.
I'll change it to Exco and Homebois.
Exco and Homeboys. Why Exco?
First of all, Exco,
Because
I think...
Is it because Slowly is in there?
No, it's not because of Slowly. I think it's because of the Singaporean players. Because I think they are not strong enough to
Who
be.
do you think is the weakest thing in Exco?
I think, if you ask me honestly, I think it's their goal laner.
The goat laner, Gira.
Yeah. I saw his gameplay, he seems a bit too aggressive, which I think will get punished in MPLSG. But in qualifier, since it's so-called the lower tier, that's why he get to shine there.
Okay.
Then for Homeboys, I feel that their trio mid is like in a mess. Unless in the transfer window they do something about it. Yeah.
The trio mid is Buji, Sub, and Wolf. Based on this list that I'm looking at right now.
Yeah, I feel Buji is fine because he has the RIG experience, but it's the Rome and the Hyper that is inexperienced, and they are like publics of SG, which I don't think will succeed in MPL SG. Like in in MPL, I feel that if you have a weak trio mid, you basically just lost the game already.
Yeah. Do you have any like thoughts, or do you think you agree with Nick's bottom two?
I think, yeah, but the other team, I don't have an idea.
Okay.
For some Singaporeans.
Okay, great. What about this? Instead, for you, which team would you like to face most?
I want to face Bleed also and Flash.
Because Bleed has the Sagit Nu and Seiji in there. Team Flash is because they are the best right now. Okay. Nick, I want to talk to you about your relationship with JPL. How is it like? Because I don't think the people from outside of MPL Singapore players knows about that relationship. Can you elaborate more on that?
So like since season 3, you know, JPL has been playing ahead of me, even though like I play in MSC all those, right? Me and JPL, the reason why we can play together in the same team in MSC or like all these kind of big international tournament, right, is because we have a good friendship with each other, like at the first place. Like we always laugh and joke about stuff when we're in the same team. So like you all can't see us as like arch rivals or whatever. Like we are just like casual to like so-called friends lah. But like that day, like that time when we fought Bleed, right, that BM wasn't targeted like on JPL only. It was like on the whole Bleed because like they kicked me out.
I want to talk more about JPL a little bit. People know that he's not a young spring chicken anymore, right? Do you think his skill, as well, someone that's very close to him, I know I asked this to quite a few people, right? Do you think his skill has deteriorated, or what do you think?
I think right now, like if compare right now his form with the prime JPL, right, I'll say he's like at 60 to 70% of the prime JPL. Cause like his age, like as y'all can see, like every season, like if y'all I don't know can tell or not, but like personally from my point of view, right, I feel his mechanics is dropping every season but his macro is still there.
Yeah,
that's the thing. So but like his mechanics are quite bad, but he used macro to cover it. So in Singapore, right, you don't need that much mechanic to like be the champion. So like I feel like in local still right, in local is okay, but in international, as you can see from the Games of Future against the Russian team, I forgot what's the name. That's where they struggled because JPL couldn't find a catch, no engage couldn't be start, so eventually they just lost.
I see.
That's the point that I saw.
So, I see. Okay. Yeah, I think you're the best person to ask in my opinion because you're so close to JPL. Okay, great. Then we're gonna talk more about the
And welcome back, everyone, right here to week 3, day 1. Now, earlier on in our first match itself, we see the likes of Vanguard Esports going up against Exco, where Vanguard Esports did a clear 2-0 clean sweep. Now, for the next match coming up, we'll see the likes of Homebois SG going up against RSG SG. Now, even though Homebois have seen a rather tumultuous game a week 2 earlier, you know, they seem to have worked out their problems and are performing very well. Whereas on the other hand, we see RSGSG, a brand new roster, very exciting and unpredictable at the same time. With that being said, where are your casters? You know, where are your votes going to? Which team will win? Leave them in the comment section below. With that being said, let's take a look at their wonderful faces, starting off with Homebois SG. Yes, definitely, ladies and gents, we see a highly anticipated figure right here at Homebois SG, otherwise known as Zach Xuan. Definitely a lot of eyes on him right now. As you guys know, this seems to be like a transfer week high where we might see changes happening at the Land of Dawn. Going up against Homebois SG, presenting to you, RSGSG. Now, definitely, once we kick-started the regular season, odds seems to be against RSGSG, but they have defied all odds and continued, you know, riding their high and dominating the Land of Dawn. Now, it seems that this week, it is a transfer week shakeup. On one hand, we see Homebois SG with a brand new addition of Zach Xuan, whereas on the other hand, for RSGSG, we see the addition of Pacifist right there as coach. What will unfurl in the Land of Dawn today? We'll hand it over to the casters to find out. Take it away, boys.
Well, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to RSG versus Homeboys. Before we talk about the teams, we have to talk about ourselves. And with me are my homeboys, Churros and Eris, and I'm your caster, Moman. So, we talked about Zixuan just coming into Homeboys, replacing Sop on the roster for today. And we will see, I mean, do you ban Fanny? What do you do, man? Global number 1 Fanny's in town.
Well, I mean, Zixuan has been known as a global fanny at one point in the entirety of the Mobile Legends Bang Bang career, right? I'm pretty sure we'll be able to see an assassin-assassin matchup in this kind of competition.
One can hope. One
can hope. But Homeboys, though, they're not out of the woods. They beat Evil, and then Evil beat RSG. And with Zixuan coming in, previously he was from KBG or Keep Best Gaming in China, coming into Homeboys from the Games of the Future. Well, the synergy is in question.
Yeah, the synergy is indeed in question, but we did see the synergy coming out last week, and now we do have the members of Homeboys SG. Eris, could you run me through the members?
Yeah, no big changes except for one star
that's a
difference
huge change. That's a huge change.
Right, Zixuan coming in onto the jungler role, replacing Sab, as you guys mentioned earlier. The rest of the members, no changes across the board, and you gotta mention Anip here, right? Anip performed exceptionally well against Evil in last week's game. His Moskov, boy oh boy, that was a near perfect Moskov before Luxionstain's performance
It was
today.
pretty chef's kiss, huh?
Yeah, I mean, was Luxionstein trying to pull an Anip cosplay, or Anip pulling a Luxionstein
Inspiration.
cosplay?
Well, Luxionstein did get a Maniac, though. So, like, until Anip gets a Maniac himself, then we'll talk.
We'll have to see in this game. Probably RSG will just ban it out, but as we're talking about RSG, we do have the members on the screen right now.
No major changes, but the Phoenix has risen from the ashes. Closer Bray, Godzilla, Derry, and CS, they have showed a very, very strong performance last week with a shaky start in week 1. So I'm very excited to see them going through in this game of Homebois. To be honest, though, I think it's going to be a very, very close game, especially since Homebois identified that CS is basically going to be a problem. What better way to shut him down than to pick up an assassin themselves, which is in the form of Shin. So whether or not they're able to beat RSG is really yet to seem to questions.
Yeah, it's what you were saying, right? We might see an assassin head-to-head because we might be seeing Bray going up against his Shin, both known for going very assassin heavy and very, all this damage build. But we did see what these players are going to say in the head-to-head. I mean, oh yeah, it's the stats first. Okay, never mind. We got no stats
Jabin
on
get
this
excited.
excited. Yeah.
I know you're excited. You're starstruck. I am too. But here we have stats on across the board. I think it's very similar to what we saw coming out from Exco and Vanguard as well. Once again, going to feature the major Buji on his Faramis. 78% Q participation. Plenty of KDs across the board. But I think the story that we're trying to tell here is that this is a team that has defied expectations positively or negatively from week 1, and then coming in week 2 being able to turn it up, showing that, hey, we're still in the race, we're still here to make it out the playoffs, and the fact that we are bringing in a big name like Zishan, given his past performances, whether positive or not, I think that is a bold move, even after a good performance in week 2. So whether it's an improvement, we'll have to see.
No, this is a very, very precarious situation. Yes, you have brought a big name into Shen coming into the entire roster, but they are still third last in the standings. And whether or not this is a best time to try a new composition, new draft is yet to be seen. But we have to look at the other side of the table. RSG, SG, CS, Derry, Godzilla, Bray, and Closer. What really stands out to me is that Bray, known for being an assassin-heavy kind of player, he likes to play the X-board. He likes to go for the fighter jungles. It's sort of like a Mobile Zane cosplay, sometimes bring out the Alpha as well, plays very well with the Fredrin as well. So he's all adaptable. Jack of all trades, master of none.
Yeah, I think one of the key things that we've seen coming into this season, the biggest change I've seen for RSG is that Davey is starting to play a lot more support as he did compared to previous seasons. That's a huge, huge difference to what we see from a traditional Davey pick.
Yeah, Derry is pretty much known for one of those like very aggressive, in your face, annoying mosquito that was always within your jungle and always poking at you. But we will see what the players think about themselves in the head-to-head.
Outside of game, I feel he's also his mental is good lah. I feel like although I was in RG for about two seasons, so I had only like one season where I communicated with him because he went to NS. But I feel in the team he's one of the most stable one.
Depends on his team kita orang tahu apa yang dia boleh main dan dia pun tahu apa yang ex-teammate dia ada dekat Homebois dia boleh main. Depends on the team Kalau team dia boleh buat untuk performance dia, kira boleh macam tu Dia depends on the team.
I would expect him to put some fight to me in the mid lane since I've taught him how to play aggressive and all. So when I fight Homebois, it's really see who more aggressive.
It will be not really a one-sided, but I think we're able to defeat Homebois because it's not like Roy is back, and as I mentioned, he's I think he's like one of the best majors in Singapore. So I think he's able to rotate and like his mechanics are probably better than Buji, and that's why I think it'll be a easy game for us.
You know, this is a very, very interesting matchup. One of the, dare I say, match of the day, because it's also a revenge match. Gary from Homeboys in Season 6 coming into RSG, facing up against his old team. Buji was from RSG, now facing up against his old team in Homeboys. So this is a very, very, dare I say again, precarious situation for both sides. They know each other's ins and outs. So
Yeah.
are they able to surgically break down each of their team's win conditions, you know?
And with the new additions to the side of Homeboys as well, there will be a lot of planning to do from the side of RSG. But RSG, to mention that they have a new addition as well in terms of a coach. And looking at the
Ooh.
audience predictions,
It's close.
it is close, 47% to 53%. But I was talking about the coach, RSG. They have brought in Pacifist as a coach. We were talking about RSG not having a coach in the previous games, and now they do have it. Will he be able to counter Saifo and Zishuan coming into the roster as well?
Well, we'll have to see whether or not, at the end of the day, I think what I mentioned in week 1, or rather not week 1, but game 1, I stand true to the statement. I think transfer week is very vital to teams who are looking to have that improvement, and well, speaking about improvements, I
guess the cat's out of the bag.
We're kind of doubting whether or not bringing Zushan in will be enough. I think to kind of even that out, bringing Pacifist on board after week 3, or rather after week 2, does add a little bit of stability to the team. You have an additional voice in the team. You have an additional mind that's drafting for them as well. So I think that's a very good balance to both sides in terms of addition. Whether or not, like I said, I'm just playing devil's advocate here, right? Whether or not it work out, we'll have to see.
Actually, this was something that I want to talk about a lot. It's the gold lane matchup. Aneep and CS has been the core players for both sides. Aneep, yes, his statistics are much higher, but CS, you're taking down a lot of the objectives. So Aneep wants to go for the kills, and this is what it's telling me. In CS, it's always on that back front. They play pretty similar heroes. CS is very comfortable on the Claude. They like to go for that split push approach. And the only thing is, from last week, it was the players actually drafting for themselves. And what I noticed is that RSG doesn't like to go for a lot of the heavy engages. They play like 3 split push heroes. You got the Ling, you got the Claude, you got a random Angela as well. So whether or not Pacifist will be able to put Gary on a very suitable engaged tank will be in question, but RSG has been performing better when it comes to objective takedowns.
Yeah, you can see that through the stats as well, right? We saw CS having the 7th in terms of league, in terms of kill participation for his team. And that's not to say that, he's not one of the better marksmen, but I think it's more of how the team wants to play, right? We saw a very different stat when we're looking at Luxionstein, when his kill participation was a lot higher at 80%. And I think for RSG, it's a lot different, right? You have the likes of Diablo in the past coming in to free up the EXP lane. This time around, it's closer. You have Bray playing heroes like Ling, who goes for the backline. So there's a little bit of a weight lifted off CS's back. And I think that's a very good balance as to how the team wants to play. I think in teams that play really, really well, and those teams that are in the top of the league, they generally spread the responsibility across the board, just in case it gets targeted in the laning phase, they don't really have a good game. There's still another figure in the team to kind of share that responsibility.
Yeah, we talk about the hybrid versatility that Team RSG has. They have a lot of fallback options, but let's just take a look at the drafting and batting patterns from these two teams. Currently, already Harif and Angela being taken out of the pool. I mean, Roger as well, and the Faramis with the X-Borg from the side of RSG.
It's very interesting that RSG actually banned out the X-Borg for themselves. It's sort of like Bray's signature hero, and they're banning it out because of the fact that, like, okay, RSG wants to play safe this time around, and that's what they're telling me. They want to go for either the Fredrin or the Barat, and the X-Borg is something that really takes them down. But Homeboys SG, they will finish up their first phase of that draft with the Matilda ban. RSG gets first pick advantage.
Yeah, Barats is still on the board with Fedrin getting banned out. And here we go, Barats getting picked up immediately as we spoke about it. I think we've seen a lot of success on Barats. For RSG's wise, is 50% at this current rate. They haven't really played much Barats because he's been constantly banned out. But I think the Barats is a very good pick. Granted, the Angela is banned out, but there are other supports that can bring these Barats into play. You know, you still have the Rafaela, you have the Florian, which RSG can look to pick up. But for the side of Homeboys, I think the interesting thing here is that we're going to see the Frederick combo, the classic Barats Frederick matchup. Now the question is, in terms of difference, who's going to be supporting this main show in per se? And one of them being Moskov. They actually leaked the Moskov through. Not leaked per se, but there's only so many bans you can go off, and this is Homeboys prioritizing their win con. You know how good the Moskov can be when it comes to team fight. The ability to just throw a Spear of Destruction, land on someone, and join that team fight from the other end of the map.
Yeah, it's extremely hard for Team RSG to just ban out what Homeboys SG can potentially play, but we do see the pickup being the Nathan as the goal laner for the side of RSG. But do know that Nathan was once a jungler, so potentially Bray can pull it out. I mean, they have the versatility that we talked about from the side of RSG as well. With Closer, Bray, and CS being the three cores, they can potentially swap things around. And finally, we do have the Grok picked up for Derry. We know what he can do on the Grok as well. Very comfort pick. If Derry has a good game, I mean, most of the time, RSG, 80%, 90% take the game.
It's all about that mid trio, right? And the reason why Grok is so meta at this moment is because RSG likes to play around the objectives. Grok using that rock wall to displace the Lord, displace the turtle, gives a lot of time for RSG to be in position. And you want to be able to be in position at any point of time, especially when there's a huge objective fight. But dare I say again, Barats versus Fredrin, a very, very typical tank-to-tank matchup in the jungle. It seems to me like our dreams are going to be memes yet again. No assassins this time around.
Oh my god, it seems to me that is the case indeed. Fredrin and Barats might be, I mean, they are ready to pick. I mean, Valentina out at this point, but they do choose to take out the Loi and the Novaria. But you have to think about it. The Kadita is still in the pool for Godzilla. If he wants to go for it, that Kadita is a very, very possible and probable option for him.
We're going to see the Lolita combo as well. Just to counter Nathan, I think that is a really good counter. And this is the first game that we will ever see Lolita combo as well. So we'll see, right? I think this is a really good pick. It adds on to the survivability. You know, additional front line for the Moskov. You got Valentina that's able to steal the Daytona's welcome or the wild charge if needed. So I think Homeboys SG here having a very balanced lineup. I think for the side of RSG, SG, the threat now is, can we catch the Moskov? And that's why they picked up the Alpha. You need someone to be able to jump the back line, either that or strat the Fredrin quickly enough so you can kind of just close out the fight. And without that front line, Homeboys SG, they look very paper.
Oh my! Is that a debut of Eve too in FPL SG?
Nah, that's not a debut.
played it. Cortese played it.
Cortese played it once, yeah. But they're gearing up for like a strong team fight composition. I like that a lot. Werner Cure with the signature Benedetta, all smiles from him. They know what their win condition is, and they think it's going to be an easy game. Cypher has a perfected draft in this time around. Pacifist coming in with this draft as well. So team fight versus a split push with the Lolita using their shields to reflect Nathan's damages, Nathan's basic attacks. It's going to be a very, very tough fight for RSG.
Yeah, it's important to note though, we're going to be seeing closer play on this Barats. This is something that I think so far only RSG actually has been consistently pulling out. Most of the time teams pick up the Barats, they put him in the jungle, they try to rotate with him, so they have that extra tankiness, should I say, in team fights, especially for around objectives. But this time around, it is going to be Bray on his signature. You know, he has a lot of signature, so at this point it's being overly used, but it is one of his comfort picks.
And ladies and gentlemen, here we have it. Week 3, Day 1, Series 2, RSG versus Homeboys. First game of the series. Let's see how both teams play this out. We have Bray on the Alpha, who has the win condition of trying to pick off the Moskov as much as possible. I mean, Ani, we know what he can do on this Moskov. We'll see as with this newfound energy and newfound synergy from his team pull this off. And Derry already early Varion has to force out the flicker as the entire team of Homeboys is on him.
Oh, you got to stun up, but Derry walks out of there alive. That's a 3-man collapse onto Derry. That's the power of the Benedetta. Just proxy that wave and just come in with the defense within your jungle.
Yeah, that's amazing coming out from the side of Homeboys SG. Dealing with Derry's aggression on the Grok is very key in securing as much of the early game for Fredrin as possible. And I feel that on this gold lane matchup here, CS versus Anip, I feel that Nathan will have a much better time, especially with Yoon on the help.
Oh, it's already a Spirit of Alpha being committed, but Yoon able to dash out of there safe with the Spirit of Misery. Pushing Bray back, looks like he sets his eyes on that turtle. Coming up in 30 seconds. Oh, Derry off the map though. Takes down a kill for himself.
Homeboys SG, they're just punishing ROG at this point, right? They're playing, they're looking for picks off, and Derry overextends just a little bit on the other half of the river. That's where Homeboys actually look to pounce. They have the taunt coming out from the Fredrin as well, and I think this is where RG actually have to be very cautious. Yes, you know, you have a lot of pure damage on Bray, on this alpha, but you also need Derry to hit that spike, to get that wall charge before you start taking team fights.
You know, we were discussing right before the match itself, Bruno Cure being the EXP laner, always being in that team fight closer, coming in, trying to close up that gap. He takes down Sashed. Bray steals the turtle underneath their noses, and Sashed goes down. Bougie from the backside trying to run away with the wall charge. Already committed, but RWM tries to reach for Bougie, but not close enough. Goes a little bit wide. RSG back on top.
RSG just having the key rotations during that team fight over there. They had more members to begin with. Yoon was nowhere in sight on the Lolita, playing on the back foot. RSG just had the man advantage.
Oh, looks like another invade onto Homeboys' jungle. And there's nothing that Homeboys can do. Werner Cure can't take 4 members on his own. And RSG, another buff stolen away from the hands of Tushen.
Yeah, still the 1v1 situation here. Vernocure in a bit of trouble. Closer does deal massive damage at this point, and Vernocure might be playing with fire here.
Oh, elect the final blow just to clear up that wave, and Vernocure heads back to safety.
Yeah, a bit of wave cleaning, you know, waves to clear up for both sides before the turtle fight. We're already starting to see the EXP laners start come in. And look at the position of Closer here. He's already prepared to take up the responsibility of rotating, even before the Benedetta, which is, you know, a very different case where we see Benedettas play against other kind of EXPs. And I think this is where RSG actually does so well with negating Vernocure, right? We see Vernocure constantly putting forth the map. But speaking of pressure,
they identified the win condition. They want to go for a nip, but the Numenon Blast hits down, but not enough. No stuns whatsoever. Bray finds the way, but Tishan with the Praise's Wrath tries to take down Derry, but not enough. Tishan will be able to walk out safe. Bray still has his Spirit of Alpha. Doesn't want to go in. Wants to zone out for the turret down below.
And RSG are very aligned as a team at this point. They were protecting Godzilla, making sure his Eve ultimate.
Oh, Spirit of Alpha, not enough. Vernocure! I spoke too soon, and Vernocure goes down yet again. RSG with another kill.
Homeboys SG being in a position where they don't want to be in. Bray, he has the reach with his damage so far, and they don't want to be there.
Yeah, you gotta give credit to Homeboys though. They are trying to defend the blue buff.
Eaten up by the Detonus Welcome. Spirit of Alpha targets onto Yoon. Yoon nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Underneath that turret. Electrifying blow with the petrified combo onto 3. But Vernocure will be able to use that just to push everyone away. But you have that split, you have that lane swap already in play right now. RSG on top by 2,500 gold.
RSG taking the key team fights when needed without the Spirit of Destruction available for Arneep, right? That means he couldn't come in time.
Yeah, I just want to say before the team fight, right? You gotta give credit to Homeboys actually, despite them being on the back foot. Look at how quickly they made the call to rotate. The moment they knew that they couldn't contest for turtle, they dropped it, and Unlead immediately headed to the top lane because he knew, I'm not a matchup for Nathan. Let me just, you know, quickly go to the top lane where I can get some farm where I need it before I can join the team fight. and RG actually just kind of responds accordingly. It's kind of like that mirroring, just to make sure that we're gonna apply the pressure on him. We're gonna make sure he's not able to split push, and Nathan's able to do that.
Bray gets caught out by 3, but Wild Charge keeps him alive just for now.
Yep.
Spear of Destruction, but here comes Anip. He's just stealing that damage. He's coming in ham with those spears, and they get a double kill. It's Homeboys coming up alive, but RSG still has the lead, 2,400.
Slowly but surely, Homeboys SG, they have to find these pickoffs with a neat Spear of Destruction. And now we have the mid.
RWM Yoon tries to get CS stuns in with the shield, the Electro Final Blow onto the back line, but Vernicure taking a little bit too much damage. He gets punished for being a little bit too close to closer. With 20 seconds until the Lord spawns up, Homeboys SG, they're not in a position contest for this one.
So close there. He was trying to go for Godzilla on that Eve, but the Petrify wasn't enough, and that freed up CS to kind of just burst the Benedetta down. I think the trade-off is still definitely in RG SG's favor, because before that fight, Homeboys SG managed to get 2 kills. But in return, RSG chunked down a huge amount of HP on the mid turret, and they managed to get the tier 1 on top. And on top of that, this is going to be a close fight, which I kind of slightly favor RSG on this turtle.
RSG under a 3v4, but Numenon Blast with the flicker onto Bray. They want to go for more, but Yoon taking a little bit too much damage from closer. That's a dinosaur, but off the map though, they take down Anip. Anip goes down, Dennis welcome onto Sashen. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. With the Brazos Wrath, taking down Bray. He finds a way. Yoon tries to run away as well, but Buji will be next on the chopping block. It's closer, marching it down. Shen just dashes in. Vernicure trying to go for that backline, trying to do enough damage, but it's on a pixel, a sliver, able to get out alive with an eye for an eye. But Derry closer and Godzilla, they want more. They're out for blood, and Shen pops over the other side of that wall to keep himself safe.
In terms of map advantage, RSG, they do have it. They are in the orange buff right now. They took down Anip on the bottom lane as well. That's a win for RSG right there. And now Electro Final Blow.
Electro Final Blow, but Entropy keeps CS up alive. He is the core damage dealer for the side of RSG. And Homeboys SG, they're scrambling for any farm whatsoever is left on the map. They're picking up the scraps with the purple buff coming in, eating up Shen with the deadness welcome. Numeron Blast erupted, disrupted by Bray. He finds 2. Make that 3. Into Shen, still running for his life. Here comes Vernicure, but a little bit too late. Will not be able to run away as of now. And RSG still up top, taking down 3 members of Homeboys, and 5,800 gold. Make that 6,000.
Perfect timing coming up from Darius as well. That wall charge knocking up 2 members of Homeboy SG and making it so tough for them to close out the fight. And once again, another fight at the top lane. This has been an action-packed match throughout the entire game. 9-4, 8 minutes in, but the favor in RG just because CS has been split pushing the entire wave. And this is bad for Homeboys SG. I think they need to start regrouping and stop taking fights when they need to buy time for Anip instead to farm.
It's a Numenon Blast and a Spear of Destruction. Anip, here he comes. Derry on the chopping block. He tries to run away. The CC immunity keeps him alive. There's not enough damage for Homeboys SG. And RSG, they have their sights set on this next Lord.
Lord will be pivotal. RSG, they have been playing these objectives very perfectly, with CS taking out so many outer turrets. If you look at the turret advantage from the side of RSG, they are no turrets down at this point, and Anip has not found the space to even push out as well. Extremely scary.
Yeah, even before that Lord fight, we saw Lolita commit the Numenon Blast at the top lane earlier on. Anip had to use the Spear of Destruction to kind of push it, and well, another one charge.
Collapse, but retaliated by Derry with the wild charge. They take down 2. Anip on the run as well as Shen and Yoon. They need to be able to defend on this base. Homeboys playing on that back foot. The deficit is increasing as we speak. 9,000 gold with the Spear of Alpha coming in direct to Yoon with the Faker Deadness welcome. Closer, hits onto 1. They want to take down that T3. Yoon on the run. Spear of Alpha does not collect. Goes a little bit wide. Goes a little bit short. But the RWM comes back in to Shen. Enough. by RSG, but here comes Bruno Kier trying to buy as much time as they can, and Homebois SG, they're scrambling as the Lord marches in on that top side. Here comes Derry with the wall charge, 3-man Spear of Alpha from Bray, he finds the way! The Phoenix has risen from the ashes. We doubted RSG, but a takedown game one in convincing fashion.
The way that RSG was playing, there was no key member that you needed to look out for. They were just a team, unified, aligned against Homebois SG. Early game, Derry was shut down, but they managed to find key ways to come back every single time. Key objectives taken by RSG. Very strong gameplay by them.
I think the important fact to note is that CS is completely left untouched the entire game, right? I think other than the early skirmishes in the early game, we didn't really see Homeboys kind of catch him out of position, and that's the threat that the Grok brings to the table. He's constantly being a distraction. There's that fear of the wall charge coming in. Derry pulling off really, really good wall charges to kind of disrupt the backline, and that gave CS so much space to focus on what's important. The turrets, the turtle, the Lord, and honestly, Homebois SG had no answer. I think they had a game plan in mind. It was for the Moscow to kind of scale, but because of the need to constantly take part in team fights, he didn't really have the space to farm for the goal needed to scale into that late game.
Yeah, I mean, Vernacular being on his signature pick, the Benedetta, the idea was there. Just proxying the wave, going back, giving support to your jungle so that the strength can farm up. But I don't see a lot of impact from this Fredrin. He's always at the Lord Pit or the Turtle Pit, but we have to see the MVP of this game. I think it's going to be, okay, it's going to be Derry. I was going to say CS though. He played a heck of a game, but Derry was the enabler.
Yeah, it was either Derry or Bray for me, right?
Yep.
The fact that the Alpha pick came in, he shredded the Fredrin. It was like knife cutting through butter. The pure damage was just too much. But more importantly, Derry was the one that set it up. He was constantly being distracting to Homebois SG, and every single time it felt like, okay, we're about to get the Eve, we're about to tear the Alpha down. Derry comes in with the wall charge, knocks the backline up, and Barry just that just gives Bray so much space to just lifesteal back. And I think, honest to God, Derry deserves the MVP this game.
Yeah, I mean, he bought so much space in the early stages of the game. Despite the fact that he gave up his life most of the time, Homebois SG, they did have the correct response. But in the backline, you were saying, right, CS was getting out so many key objectives. In that 1v1, he was just making sure Anip could not come online at all. He could not find the Holy Trinity. He could not get the Demon Hunter Sword out. And that, with that said, Anip could not join his team fight, could not deal damage at all.
Yeah, the fact that Bray picked up the Alpha and we all kind of was hoping he was going for the Barats, that last minute switch by Pacifist, and he was drafting as well, was so smart, because that wildcard pick up the Alpha, there's nothing that Homeboys could do to counteract the aggressiveness that comes out from Bray coming into the early game, which led to their downfall ultimately from that mid game, unable to go in for any of these turtle dances or the Lord dances. It was just RSG taking all the major neutral objectives from Homeboys SG's hands.
And very good involvement from Closer as well on the EXP lane. We saw him on the Barat struggling in the first half of this tournament, but now he's doing extremely well in the regular season. I find that this RSG team, they have found their pace, they have found their synergies, and they're playing perfectly with each other right now.
And let's just look at the emblems across the board. Derry taking up so much movement speed, Quantum Chubs just to add it, just in case he wasn't fast enough. Gotta go faster. And he takes that Quantum Charge. And then on the other side, you look at Bray and Closer both pick up the Tenacity just to add that extra tankiness, right? Just to cream on the top. Just to help frontline a little bit more, buy a bit more time. And I think that's very smart coming out from Bray, because you think about it, Alpha doesn't really need too much of a damage. He doesn't need to scale with physical attack because he has that pure damage. So that Trill gives him the early game spike, clears creeps a little bit quicker, does a little bit more damage with the Alpha strike as well, rather than the Spear of Alpha, and I think that was superb across the board.
Well, Homeboys unable to touch that turret at all, so, oh man, this is
criminal.
One-sided game favoring RSG. It's criminal.
I mean, Bougie, he had the highest damage dealt. It's just that he could not find the kills when needed. It was all onto Derry at that point, right? All the damage taken was onto Derry, and Derry yeah, I'll give my life as long as CS gets the objectives, as long as we win the team fight with Bray, keeping shredding away the Fredrin, making sure he's not able to energy eruption one of your key targets at all. Vernacure, he was involved in every single team fight, but he could not find damage.
Yeah, I think the stats practically summarizes the whole game, right? You look at the damage dealt, damage taken, total heal, every single one of them pretty even, with a bit of a spike here and there. Obviously, RSG winning the game, you do see a little bit of advantage there. But the key standout here is the turret damage. Every single time Homebois SG gets a kill, there is always a turret of theirs getting taken by RSG SG. It's the opportunity cost. Every single time RSG loses a member, we're gonna punish you by taking away a turret. We're gonna punish you by securing the Lord. We're gonna punish you by securing the total. And that is just, it's such a beauty to see, because you would think that, yes, you know, it's very even in terms of kills early game. It's kind of even in net worth, but turrets win you games. Kills don't.
You know, for CS though, 917 GPM, and it's only a 10-minute game. It was a very, very strong down.
Let's take it in review. Closer finds a very nice Daytona's welcome to Zishuan at that point. And now Yoon, I mean, these were the team fights that Homebois SG were looking like they were winning. But with Bray coming in, with Godzilla coming in the backline, and you see here, Anip, he does go in with the Spear of Destruction, but on the top lane, CS got the tower. And that's the key objectives that they were going off for. Despite Homebois SG trying to come back, they were slowly taking away the map advantages that Homebois SG had.
I think more importantly, look at Godzilla in this fight. While the front lines, while the Barats, the Alpha, the Grog was doing the dirty work of tanking everything up, you always see Godzilla at the back line providing the CC that the slows, the degen, the damage over time. It was just so much that Homebois SG couldn't deal with, whether it's pure damage or slow.
You know, when you
How
say
you play it?
Godzilla, say Godzilla, I always think of Barats. You know, I think that Closer and Godzilla should change names, because that's how basically Closer played. It's basically Godzilla running it down, and imagine Homeboys is basically Tokyo. It's just all of their skyscrapers are just chunking down. And that was a very, very well played Closer. Remember we talked before the match started, like, hey, Closer really needs to step up. Your EXP needs to be that secondary tank in your entirety of your lineup, especially for RSG. And Closer, he made that count. He made that game count. So it's really, really interesting to see how things play out and whether they're able to shut Closer down, because Closer is a threat.
Yeah, Closer, CS.
Stuck close. Closer, stuck close.
Yeah, Closer is closer to becoming a threat.
He's closer to becoming a threat, yeah.
I see what you did there. I see what you did there. So now let's go over to Kindo Fu with Off the Desk. And on the desk is us, guys, as I feel that during the team breakdown itself, whether CS was getting away map objectives, it was all about control for the side of RSG. And that's what I believe Kindo Fu was trying to talk about. But let's just find out from the man himself.
Well, problems galore here. Right now, it is just full control. RSG showing off the strength of their draft, how they are able to control Homeboys from a distance as well. Now, this is a very interesting one, because right off the bat, Homeboys already caught with their pants down here. Yoon having the back off. Right away, Bougie gets taken out in the match itself, and this is a horrible position, because look at who is fronting for the front lines on the side of Homeboys. Chuan and Yoon. They are going to be caught on the fronts, and there is no one here on the back lines to protect Mr. Anit, and you will see how RSG actually catches Anit out all the time. So they force him back into the base itself. They managed to put a lot of pressure on the tier 3 right at the start. Now they're going to start transitioning down, and later on I want you to keep your eyes onto Closer. No, we're talking about Closer. You know, the Barat's not being a EXP laner, a good EXP laner all the time, but this time Closer makes it work with that Daytona's welcome, with the flicker as well. Very big play here. Anip is all the way at this side, and you know, he feels safe, right? But surprise, surprise, Closer with the Daytona's welcome to cancel out the Fury, so there's no more defensive measures on the side of Anip for this Moskov. Now they're going to continue, and another thing, they actually keep Xuan on the side here, so he's unable to tank for the team as well. And if he lands himself in a 1v5, he's probably going to die as well. So right off the bat, they force Anif back. And here is where teamwork makes the dream work. Godzilla with a perfect RWM. Look at where he catches Anip here on the cusp of his RWM. Now Anip has to be forced to move back. There's no other opening for him. He can't dive into the 5-man of RSG. And that's exactly how RSG is going to keep them. Another person here. Full combination, Mr. Dairy with the wow charge later on. He's going to change the whole game here. Guardians Barrier to keep Anip on the back foot once again. And straight away, here comes that flicker wow charge. Keep your eyes on Dairy here. He's going to start transitioning towards it. And here we go. That's the first combination. Flickers in, gets the wow charge. And what more? Icing off the top of the cake, we have Mr. Bray coming in with the Spear of Alpha. And there is no way for Homeboys to control the game, and that was game 1. So RG, very strong performance. Right now, let's see if it's going to be a clean 2-0 again. Right, boys, back to you. Let's see what happens for game 2.
Thank you so much for the detailed breakdown, Mr. Kindofu. And that was it for the game 1. Now, moving into game 2, we see that Moskov was picked up by Ani, but still not being a key factor for RSG. They're playing their old game, right? At this point, we know what we want to do on Closer. Closer has evolved. He is becoming the EXP laner that he's meant to be. So Bray, he's freed up to play the heroes that he wants. He can play the alpha right now. And with that, we might see different picks coming out from Bray. But before all of that, we were all noticing what skins these characters had, right? And speaking of skins, we do have, here come new challengers. The highly anticipated new characters of mlbb and the King of Fighters 97 collaboration are now unveiled. And the collab skins have already arrived on 24th April. So if you open the game, you can see them right now. So popular characters such as Valir, Kyo Kusanagi, Masha as Mai Shiranui, and Paquito as Terry Bogard will bring their unique fighting techniques to the land of Dawn.
I can't believe you actually are able to say that
Ultimate Showdown
with a straight face.
Come on, man. As a kid,
Kusanagi.
Do you play King of Fighters? Do you play Street Fighter games?
yeah, I do. It's a very nice game. Back in the day. But, you know, coming back into the battlefield.
That sounded so depressing back in the day.
Back in the day.
Come on, guys.
We're
we need
not
more
that
energy,
old.
right? Well, speaking about the game, let's take a little bit of a recap on the previous game itself. The draft on the screen right here. I think we spoke a lot about Sustain coming in, Davey being able to play the support as he always has, but coming into this season, it's been more evident with the Rafaela, the Angela. Obviously, we do see the Matilda coming into this current patch. But all 4 heroes that I mentioned earlier being taken completely off the board, and that left both teams to pick the hard supports, or rather the hard tanks, and that's where we saw the debut of Lolita coming out for Homeboys SG. I think that was a very good pick against CS's Nathan. But on the other side, RSG is like, no problem, right? You don't want to play sustain? Let's just go for more damage.
Correct.
We'll bring Bray's Alpha into the picture. We'll move Closes Barats into the EXP lane. And I think that is the flexibility that RG actually has on board. The fact that they can pick the Barats early, but not commit him into the jungle, that is something that I haven't seen any other team exercise as much as compared to RG themselves.
For Homeboys, they actually picked a team fight heavy composition, but every single team fight was won by RSG because of the layering in, because of the disruptions. They already knew that once the Luminon Blast gets charged up, it's just wild charge in that general direction. It doesn't matter if I stun this Lolita, I just need to knock her up. But game number 2 is underway. We are in the draft right now. Homeboys SG doesn't want to deal with the alpha anymore. The Angela alpha off the charts for our Homeboys, RSG on the other side. Typical same bands from the Matilda and the Harith.
Yeah, very reactionary draft coming out from Saifu as a coach. I think he identified that, yes, the alpha is giving us a lot of problems. We don't really want to deal with him. Let's just take him out of the picture. I think for RSG, it's kind of a hygiene practice to just ban out the Matilda and Harith, especially when in the second pick. And for Saifu, it's like, okay, you want to play that game? Let's just take out those heroes that you did so well in the early. A bit of too much of a reaction?
I think it's too much of a reaction.
Yeah,
it's like, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, but I don't think RSG is going to go for the same pick because you don't use the same trick, the same prank on someone twice.
Yeah, and now, there's heroes like the Roger being up on board. There is the Fedrin, the Barats that RG can pick. Really interesting if they give Homeboys the Roger, but they pick up the Fedrin as well as the Barats for themselves. I think that is going to be insane.
And with
They
that,
actually leave the Roger open.
yeah, the Faram is being picked up, right? I mean, Godzilla, he can play the Valentina as well. And it's not banned out at this point. But an X-Borg and Barats from the side of RSG.
Oh man, Bray's X-Borg has almost 100% win rate. And it's so hard to take down. The fact that the 2 damage coming in from X-Borg's passive as well shreds down a lot of the tanks. They want Homeboys to play a tank jungle. But this is a sort of like a borderline elimination game for Homeboys SG. I just want to note that Homeboys are actually at the bottom of the charts, the 3rd from the bottom. If they lose this game, they have to win the next 2 games in order to be viable, safe for the playoffs. If they lose this one and lose tomorrow's game, is basically it. Homeboys will be at the bottom of the charts.
Yeah, I think over here, someone like a Baxia looks really good, but they're just gonna go for the traditional Fedrin against Barra's lineup. I still like that Baxia, right? You got Degen coming in for its passive. It's good against the Xbox and the Barats as well. It helps with keeping the team in the fight. He's a very strong frontliner. But there is that Xbox, passive that you have to think about. The pure damage coming in once he gets the max stack. So I can understand why they decided to go for the Fedrin. It adds a little bit more of crowd control with the taunt. In return, RSG does pick up the Claude. It's something that we've seen coming out from RSG time and time again. Heroes that split push really well. Nathan in the previous game, now it's going to be the Claude, so not much of a difference here.
Yeah, it's going to be very scary for the side of Team Homeboys SG because they do have the Faramis, Fredrin, and Moskov, still same thing. But RSG, I feel like they have figured out Homeboys SG. They have figured out the Moskov of how Ani plays. If he's going to go for the team fights, we have CS on the goal laner, and he's going to be able to pick things off. And now we do see the Minotaur and Florin being banned out.
I think with the Valentina being banned out, that's the fear of, Godzilla's, the nether realm being taken away. And I think, honestly, with Minotaur getting banned out, there's not much roams left in the game that's good. I think Grok is one of them. Homeboys SG takes it out as well. There's still a couple of, viable solutions. Rafaela still on the board.
And there we go. Rafaela has been picked up.
No, it's interesting because, RSG might only pick Rafaela because they're hoping that Homeboys will play a slow hero. Maybe it would be good if they have a Yuzhong just fly into that back line. You need a lockdown as well, so maybe even a Kaja might work here.
I think they need to have a bit of a backup option. At this point in time, yes, they have the front line, the Fedrin, but they need to do something against the Claw. They need someone to be able to push out the side lanes. I think it's either a Benedetta or a Paquito. I think both options work really well. And not only that, you need someone that can kind of out-rotate the Barats, because that's what RSG likes to do. They like to bring the Barats into the team fight early, and that's where mobility comes into play.
Yeah, there we go. The Paquito gets picked up by Verno Cure, and then the Edith will be in Yoon's hands. To be honest, though, I think that Edith being the roam and the setup, very hard to lock down Claude, though. I think that Claude will be building in a Purify. It's going to be very difficult because you have a Fairy or an Angel on your shoulders as well, especially in that late game. And then you were talking about, okay, you need Paquito to out-rotate the Barats. In the late game, though, you need someone to out-rotate the Claude. It's very, very difficult for Homeboys to basically do that unless it's that Moskov.
Yeah, and once again, a signature pick is available to Godzilla if he wants it. There is the Kadita. We saw him perform the Eve in the previous game. The amount of CC that's needed, but I think they need a little bit more burst. Whoa, look, it's actually going to be the Farsa. And it's like for like, right? You got both the Farsa as well as the Kadita available, but he chose to go for the Farsa instead. Honestly, in my opinion, I think the Kadita could have been a little bit more safe. But that being said, Farsa has a lot more burst and range.
Yeah, and the name of the game for RSG is to take out that Netherrealm as fast as possible. Without the Netherrealm, you can chunk down the Fredrin, you can chunk down the Edith before they get things going in the team fight. So it's going to be very pivotal for RSG to make Godzilla have a good game as much as possible. And we've been seeing Gary evolve into these support roles more often than the tank roamers. So we did see him play Lean and Mean Angela in the previous series, and now on the Rafaela as well. I mean, he will be put to the test.
And that being said, ladies and gentlemen, this might be potentially the last game for Homeboys in this series if RSG manages to bring out a clean sweep onto them. RSG, though, has a more balanced draft, but again, true to their identity, very reactive draft. It's sort of like they don't really have a lot of crowd control abilities. It's more single target, and they're playing a very, very late game draft. And whether they are able to pull that in, yet to be seen.
Okay, quick wipe check before most of the fights happen. The cleanest looking skin in this game. We're seeing a lot of skins here, right? You got the Idif Collector, you have that Moskov, look really sick. You have the Paquito coming out as well. Consensus, boys?
Skin buff.
I like the X-Borg Bumblebee. Yeah, I like the X-Borg Bumblebee and the Transformers.
Oh, old school.
Yeah, it's old school, but it's tried and true.
But the Moskov, though. The Moskov.
Come on, the Moskov.
You know, like me and Eris were like just camping on that day itself just to get that gold. That gold
You gotta get a number, right? You
we
gotta
need to
get
a number.
And speaking of number, well, we mentioned that Terry Bogart on the Paquito is in this game as well.
So if you
just
want
putting
to,
it out there. Yep.
It's still available for 14 more days.
Yeah.
What are you waiting for?
Yeah. But going back to the game, we're gonna see a lot of personal coming from both sides. They were vying for the Little Wanderer there. I think it went in the way of Homeboys SG, but no biggie. It's just a small goal or EXP, if I'll put it that way. But it does help your jungler hit that level 4, and we see Homeboys SG putting a lot of priority on that.
Thing is, Bray has a lot of early game advantage when it comes down to these early game rotations already. He's already level 4 to Zichuan's level 3 at this point, and with the turtle spawning in at 3 seconds, it's going to be a big problem. Especially Zichuan just going to be on the brink of hitting it, right?
Yeah, and that's the importance of Little Wanderer there. I actually thought that Zichuan got it, but it was actually Bray, and that, you can definitely see the level difference coming in. Bray up against the Patrick
on the top side.
Ooh.
Oh,
that was what I was worried about. I was worried about the Foster getting caught out by the Paquito, and First Blood goes in the way of Homeboys SG.
Yeah, Homeboys, it looks like they're in a better position contest for this turtle, though. Yoon pops a knock-up. Zichuan takes down the turtle from underneath their nose. Detna's welcome will not be enough to save Closer. The Nether Realm will keep everyone up alive, but here comes a Nip taking out Closer, just writing a name for his gravestone. There's 2 kills for Homeboys in the early stages of that game.
And that was just the snowball effect of Godzilla going down there. They did not have the key damage, but they do now.
Oh, Zichuan in the early game aggression with a Praises Wrap. They take down Bray. They take down Bray and just get away from the jungle. RSG on the back foot in the early stages of the game, but it's not too much of a difference or deficit from this time onwards. Take a look at the emblems. Is there anything that stands out, boys?
I think most of it is quite straightforward. I think what's interesting to note is that the Cloud went for the Must Assassin. Well, on the other side, the Moskov went for the Tenacity. So I guess it kind of evens out to a certain extent. But end of the day, it's all about the late game. It's about how these teams bring the marksman up to speed, brings the goal laner up to their power spike, and how they involve their respective goal laners. Yes, they're, kind of slinging a bit of flashy.
Styling a little bit, and just that key pickoff from Vernocure on the top lane onto Godzilla just formed the whole snowball effect. But now we see Bray already being kind of challenged.
Derry with a lot of damage taken in by the Praises Wrap. The last Insanity will pop that Nether Realm, but not enough to take all of them down. But here comes CS from the backside with the Blazing Duet. A little bit of damage, but a Nip with the Spirit of Destruction lands onto Bray. No commitment just as of yet. RSG and Homeboys, they back off.
Yeah, both teams still posturing for position at this point. Momentum could fall to anyone. That 2k gold lead has become a 1k gold lead, and that's just CS on the bottom lane doing a great job, while Anip has been in the team fights, right? CS, he has taken most of the gold plating as much as possible, and that's going to fall back in the late game, in the mid game.
Oh, talking about the mid side though, Bray take a lot of damage. Looks like he won't be available for that next turtle. Yoon already in position to zone out the rest of RSG. It's a free turtle for Homeboys.
Yeah, scary, scary stuff. Homeboys SG finally finding that momentum with Anip would be scary on the mid game. that all depends on the CS, whether he can find the key objectives right, whether he can take out these timings. And it's Paquito.
Yeah, I think the important here is the addition of in on this Edith, right? Compared to the previous game, now that they have an Edith, they have a little bit more power spike, right? The fact that she's not exactly a traditional tank where she just soaks up damage and covers for the team and peels for the team, but now you have a frontliner that can not only soak up, you know, you have additional CC in terms of the knockup, you can pull them back as well, but on top of that, when he pops the ultimate, she gets tankier, she has a bit of damage. It's a lot more well balanced in terms of the early game, but can they see it through? Because RHG is just playing very patient here. They're just waiting for CS on this clock to build up the items, to build up, you know, whatever goal he needs to join the team fight. But Homebois, actually, I gotta say, they're doing an exceptionally good job at pulling the game in their favor at this moment. But the goal lead is so slight that just one team fight can just turn the tables around.
Uchi actually barely making out away from the feather airstrike. But on the top side though, a little bit of 1v1 action from Closer and Werner here. Looks like no one's gonna go down as of this point. RSG slowly diminishing the goal lead to their favor as the Lord popping up in 40 seconds.
We did mention before that Homebois SG are at the bottom, nearing, I think, 6th position at this point. Their position is very, very shaky, so they will have to fight for their lives here.
Speaking of a shaky position, Bray gets caught up. Viraga armor almost taken out of the way, but Barry forced to use his ultimate just to stun everyone out of the way as the Lord popping up in the next 15 seconds.
Yeah, both teams will have to fight for this turtle here. Both at a wash at this point, 17 to 16k. At this point, doesn't really matter. 6 minutes into the game, but still, I feel that all the farm has been funneled onto CS at this point, and CS will be a key factor for Homebois SG to catch. And you mentioned before, Eris, they don't have the catch factor.
Oh, Vernocure chasing after Bray. There's a target on Bray's back. Vernocure forced to use a flicker to get out of the way to conceal play by Yoon, but no commitment from Homeboys. Just want to zone everyone out, get a free turtle to their name, but on that bot side, it looks like RSG wants to go for a trade. There's 3 men down, trying to take down the tier 1 turret. You got a knock up onto Godzilla. No further airstrike as of now. Buji with a Shadow Stampede forced to use that flicker out of the way. Godzilla's trapped in the middle. CS a sliver of health, but off the map though. Oh, CS with a BMI just to dodge, shake and bake from the Spear of Destruction. Derry also down low. Bray is all alone, facing up against 4 members of Homeboys. They're right back on top.
Yeah, good pressure coming out from RSG onto the bottom lane, but Homeboys with a perfect reply. Yes, they lose the tier 1, but they do manage to equalize. They even manage to find a pick-up in the form of Vaynerka at the top lane.
A nice little onward onto Closer, but the Feather Airstrike keeps him up alive. Nice backup from Godzilla. For on the top side, though, it's a 3v1 situation with the T1 down low. Vernocure able to use that knockout strike just to get out of the way.
Yeah, the question begs, right? Can RSG punish this Paquito? Because he's been causing so much problems. You know, he's kind of like the thorn in RSG's neck at this point. He's constantly going for the back line. You know, he's not afraid to kind of soak up the damage for the team and do the dirty work of split pushing. Well, bot lane.
Detna's welcome underneath the turret, but here comes Godzilla with the backup. Netherrealm keeps everyone up alive. There goes Closer with the kill, secured by Nip. They take the turret down at the bottom side as well, but RSG constantly looking for trades. Just 30 seconds until the Lord spawns up. By all metrics though, Bray should be able to take down 1 turtle, but no objectives taken by the side of RSG. They're playing on the back foot.
RSG, they did manage to get a top turret, but both bottom turrets have been taken out. And we do see them prioritizing this purple buff right now.
It feels like a repeat of the game between Exco and Vanguard all over again. The question comes in. Who on RSG is going to deal with the Moskov? Anip has been untouched throughout this entire game. You only have the quad that can dive to the backline. Yes, you have the Feather Airstrike, but look, you're constantly expanding it before the huge team fight comes about. It nearly drops. He's just a roamer. He doesn't care. Zushen comes in with the taunt, and just like that, you know, it's so tough. It's so tough for RSG to find the pick up of this Moskov, and you're always playing catch-up in terms of rotation because that Paquito is going to out-rotate the Barats as well.
Ooh, speaking of Paquito, look at where he is now. Vernocure, find it go! Onto Godzilla! Here I am, taking it out from that flank. Closer with the Detna's welcome. Will not be able to catch Vernocure! He dashes and flashes out of the way! You got Zishan trying to start on that Lord, half a health. Bray, no position contest for this one. Vernocure doing so much, but here comes a Nip with the Spear of Destruction landing on his two members down. RSG will lose out from this Lord, and Homeboys securing it up on top. All this time, CS pushing down that bottom side, tier 2. Will not be able to get that turret, but will be able to get the lane prio.
Yeah, good. Good lane management coming out from Anip there, just to push the ball lane before joining the team fight. I think, you know, like I said, whenever you see RSG kind of take a team fight, it feels like 2 steps forward, 1 step back. But in this case, it's even worse. It's no steps forward, 1 step back. And look at Bray, he's just getting shredded by Anip at this point in time. He's online, he's rearing to go, and this is the way we want to see Homeboys play. That up in your face, we're not afraid because now we have Anip by our side.
And Godzilla losing that early advantage. He will not be able to have the damage to be that deterrent factor as the mage, right? You want to zone them away as the Farsa, as a mage player as much as possible, but he does not have the damage at this point. It's getting extremely hard. And CS, with that farm he's getting, he has to make something out of it. And this will be the key moment, definitely, because if Homeboys SG manage to take any more outer turrets, it would mean no map control for RSG.
Break on the middle, so it's the Shen. Got that flicker, and Deadness welcome. Underneath the turret, Netherone won't be able to save him with the Feather Airstrike, doing tons of damage. Here's RSG coming back to life. The skies descend as RSG deal everything that they have in their arsenal towards Homeboys, trying to delay their inevitable march into the turrets.
Yeah, well, that was definitely something that Homeboys SG, you know, they bit off more than they could chew.
Yeah.
They stuck around for too long. You had waves pushing on lanes. There wasn't really need to overextend. And yes, you have the Nether Realm, you have a tanky front line in the form of Fedrin, but you could see what RSG could still dish out even when they are on the back foot. The Feather Ash Strike being able to burst down not only the Fedrin, but just kind of immediately negate whatever HP, or, you know, false HP as I put it, that the Nether Realm could put out. And that's something that Homeboys actually have to be aware of. They can afford to be aggressive, but not cocky.
Here goes Nip with the Spirit of Destruction, but onward directly onto CS, able to walk out of the way. The Blazing Duet will be able to do a lot of damage. Bray pops the Ferraga armor, gets out of the way, but here comes closer with the tiny dinosaur. Won't be able enough to take the damage that Nip deals onto him. But there goes Bray as well. It's a killing spree for Vernacure, and RSG backs off.
1 for 2. The Blazing Duet coming out. Not enough damage though, and the top turret already being taken out with the outer turret not being anywhere in sight. And now Vernacure gets the jump onto Derry as well.
That's gotta hurt for Vernacure. Oh man, there's a target on Derry's back. There's no way he can survive from a Paquito that's 4-0-3.
On top of that, you hit Anip with his passive, just piercing through the turret to provide additional damage to the heroes that were standing directly behind it, and that was actually going to be Derry. And I just gotta say, I think Homeboys SG, they always have that threat in them. Say what you will, but even when they are on the underdogs, you cannot afford to underestimate them. The fact that they have such a holistic approach coming into this game, right? The thought and idea of picking up the Idif was something that we had a little bit of a question mark. We're like, is that really something you want to go with? You know, the win rate isn't really good on the hero, but they had an idea in mind, which is we're going to provide more tankiness in front line. We're going to negate the fact that we didn't have a really good early game in game 1, and that Idif kind of, you know, balance out in terms of damage, and then we have a late game insurance in terms of Anip on his signature Moskov. I think it's well balanced as compared to what we generally see on the losing game for Homeboys SG.
Speaking of insurance, there we go. We got a conceal play with the Lord marching in. RSG has the high ground with Fair Airstrike already committed by RSG. Looks like Homeboys, they just want to take down the T3, but the knocked-up onto CS will not be enough to take anyone down. Last ascending by Bray to hit on their backside. He got the immortality, keep him up alive. But there we go. We got the Vernacure with a lot of damage. Zishan goes down, and Homeboys, they're starting to charge. They want to go for more, but everyone's falling like flies. Anip taking down 2 members. Vernacure again with a lot of damage. Anip from the backside with the Spirit of Destruction. Another successful defense from RSG to their base, with Closer still left alive.
Yeah. That was close. That was close. That was a Hail Mary coming off of RSG actually. And I gotta say, Homeboys, they were kind of ambitious there. They were definitely ambitious. You know, I gotta say, I can't blame Homebois actually.
I mean, with the Spear of Destruction onto Farsa, right?
You had to go in.
He had to go in,
right?
and he just went in, got hit by the tower. He was 1 HP. He just died right there. That was just heads-up play coming out from RSG, knowing that they can hold. And still, they're pretty much in the game at this point. With all other turrets, they will be losing all this lane priority, right? But CS, as a Claude, he still has the farm available. He still has the lane clear available. Farsa, she does have lane priority in terms of clearing these creep waves as well. So don't count RSG out as of yet.
Yeah, I mean, this is just one defense, but Homebois, they're still up by 2,300 gold from 7,000. So RSG made a very, very good move. Good defense, good layering in of a lot of those skills. But the threat, a huge threat from Homebois SG is still the Vernal Cure. If you leave CS or Dairy alone, that's it. Basically, they get one-shotted.
Yeah, this is a very scary moment for RSG actually, right? They don't know where the Paquito is, the Idif is outside, the Moskov is not there. I think this is exactly how Homebois SG wants to play. They want to keep RSG actually guessing as to where their members are, and the fact that a lot of the heroes have a lot of bursts, including the Moskov and the Paquito, that's a scary thought, because RSG actually did not used to this. They're usually in control of the game, you know, we are always in the lead, we're controlling the momentum, and I think in one of the rare cases, Homebois actually is doing exactly what RSG actually does to other teams, right? We're now taking the lead, we're forcing you into your own half of the jungle, there is no way you can step out. And even for Bray, you know, yes, he's doing a good job, but look at this, he might just go down here.
Oh, that's a lot of damage. Vernal Cure from that flank finds Bray in the midst of all of that. RSG, no way to contest for this Lord now. It's the evolved Lord, mind you. Vernal Cure will be able to walk out safe. A little bit of a disrespect right there, but a Spear of Destruction lands onto Godzilla, dealing tons of damage. Godzilla will be able to run away with the Feather Airstrike, dealing tons of damage, but Vernal Cure has a target onto Godzilla's back. They will take down 2, make that 3 with the Deathless Welcome. Not enough to keep them all up alive. It's CS against the world as of now, and CS still standing strong, dealing tons of damage. And Need goes down. We'll be able to go in for that defense. Vernal Cure takes down yet another one. It's just CS against the world as of now. It's got an immortality, but that won't be enough. Homebois defied all expectations, but here comes Bray. The Goon Squads come up alive. That's sanity, a last-ditch effort to save them, but Homebois will take game number 2.
A well-deserved tiebreaker here. I wouldn't say tiebreaker. A well-played game coming up for Homebois actually to earn themselves a possibility of a tiebreaker. I think that was a game that was kind of, I wouldn't say decided from the draft, but definitely in their favor. This time around, we see a Need having the space to farm, you know, the Paquito coming in to do a lot of the heavy lifting, to provide the distraction that they lacked, that they wanted to give with the Benedetta in game 1, but this time around it played a Claude into their hands, right? It's a Moskov against the Claude. Both heroes expected to carry the late game, but in the case of Homebois SG, Anip was the deciding factor. The fact that he had the space to farm, the fact that he had the damage, is his signature hero.
Yeah,
it's nothing less than what we expected.
With the story of this entire regular season, it has been adaptability, right? Teams having the adaptation to evolve and come out of these situations stronger than before. We saw RSG having a rough time at the start. Now they're better than before. Homebois, in the first 2 weeks, they were having a horrible time. Now they are back better than before. And the way that they played the first game, I mean, they were down so much in terms of objectives, and now with the Moskov, they did get so many objectives. But I feel that the MVP is still the Paquito. Come on, man, Terry Bogard.
Vernal Cure, 100%, 100%. He's finding the flanks,
there we go.
waiting in the Albert Bush. Godzilla, someone who places rotations, places position very well, is unable to escape from the raft. That is Vernal Cure.
Bet. Like, I think at the end of the day, you know, it's really how the team wants to play, and Vernal Cure played it perfectly. Remember at one point in the game, RSG actually had a glimmer of hope coming back into the fight, and he was so patient at the red buff, the orange buff of RSG's jungle, and he picked up Godzilla. Right, the one member who had the burst to kind of take down the front line in terms of the Fedrin and the Idif, boom, gone. The Paquito wipes her out, and that just makes it so hard for RSG to even take a fight then.
You know, there's another trend that I want to point out. Is that, again, the casters are all wrong.
Yeah. We
all said 2-0, but
all wrong. We're all
all
said
wrong.
2-0, but you know, I like to be proven wrong.
Season of change.
It's a season change. I mean, players are adapting. I mean, we can adapt too. You know, it's a 1-1. Really good tiebreaker series. It was a great game to watch, though. In terms of itemization, Eris, you said before you like the Necklace Endurance, especially when you're up against a sustainable lineup. And you look at what Buji built. First item, Necklace Endurance on the Faramis against the Rafaela, against the X-Loric. Extremely heads-up play for Buji right there.
They're learning from you. They're learning from you. Once you listen to Eris, you win a game.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, right? Homebois actually they didn't really need that much of damage coming out from Buji, just because they had the Idiot for the Primus Wrath, and so that allows him to just go for a little bit more of a utility build at the start. And once you have the Necklace of Endurance and the Dominance Eyes coming out on both the Faramis as well as the Idiot respectively, that's where you can start to look into more damage items. That's where you see the Lightning Charger come up. And just to add on top of that, you know, you have the Feather of Heaven coming up as well, or rather the Blood Wings, just to add a little bit more sustain to the Faramis. And when that shield gets popped, you get the extra movement speed. So what's not to love about Buji's build, right? I think on top of that, you also have the Purify just in case he gets caught up by either Dairy or Godzilla. And I think that is just fantastic. Like you said, I always love myself a degen in regen.
A degen in regen indeed. I mean, if you look at what Derry was going for, he was trying to just be there and sustain his team as much as possible. Bray with the Brave Smite, he was there to sustain as much as possible. And Buji just identifying that, just playing keep away as much in the early game as possible. But of course, not to discount the fact the MVP of the game, Vernacure. I mean, he was on Godzilla's tail the whole time. 1, 5, and 6 Godzilla. You don't expect this out of him from the Farsa, from any of his signature heroes, right? But Vernacure, in the early stages of the game, the first turtle, before the first turtle fight even occurred, Godzilla was dead. The mage was not available. And that was Vernacure, all him right there. And that's what I feel that really changed the status of the game.
To be fair though, I think Derry was very uncomfortable when he was playing the Rafaela, because usually he will go in with the engages, but for RSG's side, it's only closer. You have to rely on one Detonus Welcome. What if you miss? If you miss, you have to play a reactive measure. And Derry's just there to heal everyone out, get out of the way, and it's not his identity. Derry put him on an aggressive engager, and I think that is the key to success for RSG.
I think it's not so much of, you know, Dairy being on the support. Yes, that could be a contributing factor, but it's more of how Homebois actually reacted to the draft. The Paquito pick here to kind of punish both the Rafaela and the Farsa pick was just smart, was just intelligent coming up from Homebois actually. The fact that they identified that, okay, they have a lot of sustain, but they don't have too much of front line, right? And the fact that we have a Fredry to tank up the fights as well, I think we're really well balanced. What we need is to pick off this soft support and the mage in terms of Godzilla, and they identified it, and Vidocop played the part. I think it was really holistic in terms of game 2.
Yeah, despite the fact that CS, he did get the funnel farm on top of everything. He did not get the key damage because if you think about it, you can go into Homebois SG's lineup as much as you want as CS. You're not a solo pick off, you know, damage type of character on the clock. It's going to be extremely hard to just try and get key damage off. And they're going to be playing together as an Edith, as a Faramis. It's going to be extremely hard, bundled together. And CS, he did what he can.
Well, I mean, they didn't get to the late game rough enough. But we'll have a look at the highlights to break everything down from the early game to the end of the game. And here we go, the highlights. Eris, bring us through.
Yeah, I think straight off the bat, you see a name coming put into the action early game with that Spirit of Destruction. And then over here, you look at Yun, right? He's kind of like the secondary marksman. And then Anim's like, alright, it's my turn. Let me take over the shift. Let me add on to the misery that you've already piled on members of RGSG. And over here, I think that was perfect. The Nether Realm to kind of negate the Xbox Ultimate, just to make sure that, you know, Homebois actually survive long enough. And that also frees up Vernacure and Anip to go for the backline. And this is something that is a very recurring theme throughout this entire game. Look at Anip, just constantly protected by this wall of tanks right in front of him. They're throwing everything to make sure that Anip sustains, and he's constantly out of reach of RGSG. And over here, yes, they do manage to punish Anit as well as the rest of the teams were always saying, we talked about Spear of Destruction, like, come on, you land it, you have to go in. It's one of those things. But on the flip side, right, even if Anit didn't die there and they all backed off, that would have been still a tough game for RSG actually to come back into the game. It was still really tough because even though the goal lead wasn't too far ahead, the map presence and the threat of the Paquito was ever lingering.
Yeah.
Hey, that's just your opinion. That's just your opinion,
I'm
man.
wrong. I'm wrong. I said
That's just your
2-0.
opinion. That's just your opinion. But another person's opinion I'm really want to know is Kin Do-fu with Off the Desk. Let's find out what he has to say.
Our first tiebreaker of the day. It's 1-1 now. Homeboys, excellent draft as you can tell. Let me explain a couple of things that are happening here. One small mistake by Bray here, being set so far apart from the team itself. Take a look at where he's at here, getting called out by the entirety of Homeboys, and take a look at where the rest of the members are at. There is no savior coming in from the side of RSGSG to help him out. So he's going to be taken out in quick succession. Now that's going to be the first of many problems they're going to face on the side of RSGSG. The other issue is that they have committed the kill for Bray without using a single ultimate. So all resources are still available for Homeboys SG in the next fight itself. Now this is going to be a precarious situation for the side of RSGSG because right now they have to deal with a concealed play coming out from Yoon here, getting right into the middle of the main damage dealers here, trying to catch out Godzilla and Dairy. And here's where the draft is expected to work out for the side of RSG. Right, RSGSG, they are banking on two ultimates to kind of waste the NetherRealm. The first one being Fastest Feather Airstrike, the second one being CS's Blazing Duets. So here they actually committed the NetherRealm to kind of negate the Blazing Duets, and this is where Godzilla feels, hey, it's safe, it is time to use my Feathered Airstrike. But take a look at one more hero, the MVP of the day. His role is very simple, he is just here to chunk down on Godzilla here. Right here, this is where Vonacure makes it all work and happen for Homeboys SG. Forcing out the cancellation of the ultimate, also forcing out the Winter Truncheon, a defensive item. And with all defensive measures gone for the side of RSGSG, it is just status quo for the side of Homeboys. Now Homeboys, of course, they managed to make a small little mistake. They let Anip die, right? But at this point, take a look at where Xuan is at. He comes in, he protects that defensive deterrence against RSGSG. They have to back off already. And from here on out, it is just Homeboy's game to play because CS is extremely low. He has to buy some time, go back to heal. But this is where the MVP makes himself known. He gets the kill onto closer as well. No more tanks for the side of RSGSG. And what do you do from this point on as Homeboys? You just go on to win the game. And now you're here to change the fate. And maybe pull off a surprise upset onto RSGSG. So Homeboys, what a game from you guys. Let's see if you are going to tip the scales and win this series for yourself. Boys, it's time to take it back to you.
Yeah, and now we have the tiebreaker, Game 3 going in. Homeboys SG, we mentioned that they were at the 6th position, right? They are nearing the bottom of the barrel.
Hey,
come on.
No bad vibes, no bad vibes. Good vibes only.
No bad vibes, but I mean, emotions drives gameplay. I feel that this redemption coming through from them, this is a very good driving factor in trying to win RSG, trying to draft better, trying to go against what's going to be against them, like RSG. I mean, CS, we were saying that he's been playing amazing. Closer has been playing amazing as well. And now, Homeboys SG, it looks like they figured out the formula. They know that Anna Moskov, the first game was kind of, we were still trying to hash things out. Yeah, they went for the objectives, despite the fact that they go for team kills at the same time. CS was in the back line taking the objectives. But Anit, he's took the objectives with his team right now. And with Yoon, every time they won a team fight, now they converted. Instead of previously, they did not convert. They won the team fight. They had to back off because CS was taking the objectives. Now Anit, with his team, are taking the objectives and converting out the team fight. And that's extra value that adds on into the pressure of the game.
I think a little bit of downfall of RGS's draft is also the pick on the far side. Whenever you use the Feather Airstrike, you kind of leave yourself in an open position, and against hero picks like Paquito, as well as Farmis, as well as the Idif and Moskov, there's just so much instruments and tools available to Homeboy SG's disposal to kind of disrupt that. We saw the Feather Airstrike game disrupted by the Idif a couple of times already. The fact that you can get easily picked off by the Paquito, the burst coming in. I think there is also a threat that Homeboys SG were well prepared to put on board. And so coming into the third game, I think it really comes down to the draft, because if he actually went for the Kadita pick, that could have been a very different story.
Yeah, because you're always constantly seeking out where Bruno Cure is. You have an escape mechanism, the rock waves. I want to talk a little bit about Closer. Remember in the first game as well, this is a question for you. Like, Barats in the EXP lane, you really need to utilize your passive and try to get that 10 stacks as much as you can. But if you're a Barats in EXP lane, it's a little bit tougher because you don't have a lot of free reign in terms of the minions that come through. And if you're a tiny Barats, there's a practically useless Barats.
Yeah, I think the idea that RG is just going to put on board is that he doesn't really need to rotate as much. There is still a lot of camps available to him, and the fact that when you hit the level 4, when you're trying to fight for the turtle, Barats is going to be nearby because the turtle spawns in the EXP lane. So I think that's the idea that RGS is trying to put on board. It's that the Barats will always be able to be at max stacks when the fight comes about. And honestly, given the new passive of how Barats has been reworked since the first time, it's a lot easier to keep his stacks up. So I think that isn't too big of a worry. It's a little bit more of the macro play about how they're going to be able to deal with this Paquito. And coming to game 3, will we see RGSG ban out the Moskov? Because that is also something that Homeboys actually have been abusing all game. Even in game 1, when they were losing, there were a couple of times when Anit came into the fight and we were like, ooh, that was a little bit close. And it was only because RGSG was able to convert sacrificing either Dairy or Bray, but in return they got an objective. But in this game, it was a lot more apparent that they couldn't do that. They had to commit to fights. They were a lot squishier because this time around you have a Rafaela as well as a Farsar, and that was a lot harder for RGSG to equalize the losses that they received during the team fights.
There's actually a narrative over Homeboys versus RSG. It's that the battle of the side lanes. It's very, very strong side lanes for both sides, and RSG side lanes for CS and Closer, they have very phenomenal games, but they're not very consistent in the way that they perform. But for Homeboys though, they just need that one warm-up game. Then moving on for game 2, game 3, they're always like coming in, like, yeah, I'll show you how it's done. Nip only has like basically 2 unique hero picks, basically just the Roger or the Moskov. You ban out those 2, what will Nip play? We haven't seen a Nip on other heroes except these 2, and he's still week 3, right?
Well, he doesn't have to, right?
Yeah.
I think that's one thing that we have to consider as well, is the fact that he's been so successful in the Moskov, and every team is allowing to have it. It's like, sure. I mean, if you're gonna open the Moskov, I'm gonna pick it.
It's like you want to test the temperature of the water.
Yeah, he's so better in this current form, or rather in this current patch, that there's really no downside to picking up Moskov early game, other than the fact that yes, you need a bit of time for your Moskov to build up the items, but it's quite similar on most marksmen, right? You see CS playing the Claude, he also needs time to be able to build up those gold that he needs to pick up his crew, right? You need the Corrosive Scythe, you need the Demon Hunter Sword, you need the golden stuff. So it's gonna even in terms of the spike for both the Claude as well as the Moskov. The only difference is Moskov has a global ultimate. Granted, if he hits it, but the way that Homeboys actually set up their fight is that Anip doesn't really have the pressure to initiate with the fight. It's always mid through the fight or towards the end when he needs to close that gap. So I think that's something that RG actually have to take note of. If you're gonna let the Moskov through, you have to be able to deal with it. Either one, close down, Anip's ability to farm in the early game. Either that, or be prepared to kind of stretch the front line fast enough with enough burst, so that by the time Anip comes in, it's too little, too late.
Well,
yeah, and
we'll just have to see.
And what we saw that what worked for Homeboys SG just now was taking out the Nathan, was taking out the respect bans, the Alpha was taken out as well. I mean, RSG, they feel like they're not going to do the same. We're not going to respect your Moskov. You can pick it as much as you want. I mean, last game was probably a fluke for you. That's what RSG has been doing so far, right? So they do take out the Faramis. They do take out the Matilda that has been the staple. And we see Homeboys once again. They'll be opting to take out the Angela, which is extremely strong with Brave's Link. But now the Harif coming through.
Yeah, with the Harif coming in, I'm expecting a Fedrin and a Moskov or either one of them. They do pick up the Grok, which we saw to a certain degree had a lot of success coming in from Dairy's knockup. So that is not only a deny against RGSG, it is also the additional knockup from the wall charge. It's also going to interrupt Harif when he uses that Zaman Force. And this time around, we're going to see a very different kind of draft. We spoke about the Buxia coming in, and the Buxia is kind of like a countermeasure against both the Barats and the Fedrin. So I think this is Homeboys actually just testing the waters. It's like, okay, if you're going to pick up one of those traditional tank junglers, we already have a countermeasure. Now the question to RG actually is, do they pick up either the Fedrin or Barats, or do they go for something different? Because the Alpha is already banned out. Could we see an assassin coming off RG SG?
A little bit tough to tell. I think it's still a little bit early because Homeboys SG could very well play like all 5 tanky heroes. Roger's still on the boards as well. Now that RSG doesn't want to pick up the Moskov, and Moskov is open as well. So Anip has options. I think that is very key to Homeboys' victory. They just want to understand what RSG picks up right now. And now that we don't have the Fire Mist playing around, our Homeboys will be playing that Moskov in this case.
And with the Basia, I mean, Eris, you talked about it. Degen to the regen, right? The Varad's not going to have a good time, especially with him just laying down the law on the front line. And with Grok available as well from the side of Yoon. I mean, Derry, he has been a very good Grok.
Yeah.
So might be a potential deny pick here, right?
Yeah, and on top of that, there's still the Minotaur on board. I think our Homeboys actually will note of that. It's one of their most banned heroes coming into this series, or rather before the series. It was actually 78% of their bans of all games that they've played. So I wouldn't be surprised if we do see a Minotaur ban coming out here. They do ban out the Martyrs. I think this is a target ban towards Bray, because there really isn't much fighter junglers left, right? And if you do pick up the Fedrin, it's going to be a repeat of game 2 where with the Buxia with the Degen, you've got Moskov coming in as well. There's not much the Fedrin can really do here because there is also a knockout coming from Grok. It's going to stop the momentum of the Fedrin in that team fight. So I think this is smart coming from Saifu. He's already setting up for the second wave where there are a couple of picks that they can actually go for, one of them being Roy. So they have to be careful because there is a Barats, and Valentina's going to be focusing on, you know, stealing away the wall charge. So I think Aloy here works really, really well for Homeboys SG if they choose to go for it.
Yeah, extremely hard call for the side of Team RSG. They do choose to take out the Esmeralda, potential counter to the Harif. And I mean, I like what you talk about flexibility from RSG, right? Barat, I mean, potentially can still go the way of Bray as much as possible. It does not need to be in the hands of Koser. Koser still has the flexibility to go. And now with Vernocure, I mean, he can take the Boxia as well on the EXP lane. So it's extremely just wonky on the board. You don't know who's going to pick what. And both teams, they're just playing mind games over mind games. Stifle versus Pacifist, I feel this is 4D chess right now.
It's a very smart move by RSG just to ban out the Esmeralda, because I can sense that Vernocure was going to pick that up because it's basically a counter to Hyreth, and RSG cannot pick the Esmeralda up as well. And Homeboys, they ban out the Minotaur, and this is something that Derry likes to play as well.
Yeah, I think one of the heroes that Homeboys SG hasn't played yet but is available for the pick is actually the Phobius. You look at the Valentina, you look at the Harif, they have a lot of dashes across the board. And just like that, RSG actually ban out the Phobius.
That's why you're the analyst. That's why you're the analyst.
That's a very smart ban. I gotta say, that's a very smart ban.
You're in their heads, bro. You're in their heads. Phobius being taken out as you called it. Oh man, that's hype, man. That's hype. So with the Phobius being taken out, right? You have to think about situations to control as much of what the Harif can do. Esmeralda no longer available. Novaria being the answer from my Homeboys SG. What do you think?
Oh man, if Homeboys picks up they still can play the Grok in the EXP lane, right? So if Homeboys picks up the Florian, they like that long extended team fights. You got a Moskov with a split push potential, but RSG not giving up that Paquito because there's always that off chance that Vernocure will snap pick that up yet again. So RSG picks it up himself. They're still lacking either a jungle or a roam position. And I think one thing that Derry likes to play is the Kadra. If they go for the Kadra, it might work out well for them. He's very, very pick-off heavy. It works well with the Paquito, the Pachito combo. Kajito combo.
I like how there's a little bit of a play on the name there. Kajito combo.
Oh!
It's the Camilla Jungle. We saw this coming up in other regions before.
Well,
and now it's
taking notes from Mobazane. I gotta say. I think it's definitely the Carmilla jungle. There's no other way that you are gonna play. Oh no, Carmilla in the roam?
Carmilla roam, Paquito jungle.
We'll just have to see.
A man can dream, right? A man can dream.
Blood Pack is going to be so impactful, especially for Harith. You have a lot of AoE, single target damage, heavy single target damage. With the Blood Pack, it basically turns your single target damage into AoE. So it works very well with the Harith parry.
Yeah, and the potential last pick here?
Yeah, I think it could be an Yuzong or Terisla. I think what they really need now is someone that can provide the CC for the Grok to follow up, as well as a little bit of a crowd control. That's what they're lacking at this point. They have a ton of regen. I think they need someone to control the fight.
Man, Aris.
You're in their head,
I gotta say, it was kind of up there for the pick.
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
it was kind of obvious, right? Because there's not really much picks left on board. You need someone that can dive onto the backline if needed to kind of catch up the Harith. And Yuzong's been really, really strong with the Petrify. So I think this is what Homebois actually has been lacking in the draft up to this point, and that Yuzong just fits the bill.
Obvious to you, maybe, but not obvious to me.
Hey, it's just luck. It's all luck.
Well, it's the third game. We haven't seen an assassin versus assassin. This was the closest one that we could see. It looks like our dreams will still be memes as of now, but it's potentially, or it actually is the last game between RSG and Homebois. Who will take it home? Speaking about the draft, any final words for either side? Who do you favor more?
I gotta say, one thing's for sure. One team is going to win this series.
Wow!
Well, you don't say.
Wow.
You don't say.
You're in my head, bro.
Wow.
You're in my head.
I know, guys. A junior statement like that doesn't come very often. But hey, here we go. Coming into game 3, it is Homebois SG against RG SG. One game apiece to both teams, and now, well, I think Homebois SG is fair enough to say that Homebois SG is looking a lot more hungry for this point.
Yeah, with Anip on the Moskov once again. But this 1v1 lineup here, I mean, 1v1 matchup, Yuzong versus the Paquito, this is what we normally see, right? The Paquito will go for the macro Paquito, going for as much objectives as possible on Closer, and that's how Closer likes to play. While Vernocure wants to go in the team fight as much as possible. And this early little fight for these little Wander here, they do add up.
It looks like a little early game skirmish. Homebois have a nice little rotations right there. But we talked a little bit about the lane-to-lane matchup. In the gold lane, we have CS versus Anit, but hold on a second right here. It's a lot of damage by Closer onto Vernocure, but will be able to walk out alive.
Yeah, it's going to be very hard for this Paquito to burst down the Yuzong early game. You're going to get the shard residue stacks just for a little bit more sustain. And, it's going to be even in terms of rotation. You got the Black Dragon form versus the Paquito rotating to the fight. So it's a question of who's going to clear the lane first. So in my eyes, it's kind of an uninteresting lane to watch. But what's interesting to watch will be that rotation, that first total fight. How are these teams going to, kind of settle the nuances here to get that early advantage, no matter how little, just to get ahead in terms of the first big objective.
Yeah, and in terms of this first turtle, right, we see what the mages do. They always go to this EXP lane, try to get level 4 for themselves, and on this Valentina is going to be extremely important. Not as much as important on Bougie, but having the vision is going to play a big role, especially having the Astral Echo as well. But Godzilla already taking heavy poke damage from the side of Bougie. Closer, I mean, Black Dragon form already being
It's
used.
a very early Black Dragon form onto that turtle, which 1/3 of his health left. Bray trying to find his way in, but Tashen picks it up from underneath their noses. You got the Vernocure with that knockup as well. It's a trampoline, another kill onto Homebois though. 2 kills, make that 3. Homebois securing the turtle as well as the kills. RSG looking like they're in shambles.
This is very similar to both Game 1 and Game 2, where we see Homebois actually calling a need very early into the fight. And why not, right? I think in terms of clearing the wave, both Harif as well as the Moskov are very similar. Yes, that's going to give CS a bit of a space to farm, but because of the turtle and the fact that the Moskov was able to get an assist in that fight, you're starting to see the Moskov really start to peel away. And once again, the Grok, similar to how Dairy played it in game 1, it's being a taunt in RNG SG's neck. He's just constantly in the front line, he's just dealing all this damage, peeling away for the team, and now Dairy called into action. Zushen.
Oh, the target is CS. But Homebois, they don't want to commit any further. The Zaman Force coming in, but not enough damage onto Zushen. There's the degen capabilities from that Boxia coming in with Bray, with the aggression onto the jungle. You got that pushback. Deadness, welcome onto Zushen. There's nowhere he can go, nowhere he can run. He's trapped, but so is Bray. The Blood Pack comes in with so much damage. Spear of Destruction comes in, and here goes a nib onto that back line. Zushen's still barely standing. Godzilla just needs one more hit, and he takes it. But the Black Dragon, that is Werner Cure, targets that backside, and CS dealing so much damage with Godzilla for the backup. It's a messy, messy fight, but Homebois on the edge of all of this takes down 3.
Both teams losing 3 right there. I feel that it's a wash with Anip going down. CS still will be able to get the farm up, and now we do see the replay of the team fight going through. I mean, originally it looked like RSG were winning, and he going in the back line.
I thought he was taking a Bray out
Yeah,
there.
he was catching Bray, but he got caught out, and that was the equalizer right there with Godzilla taking out the Shen as well. Vernicure with the Black Dragon form does go in, but eventually takes out only Derry, which is the roamer after all for his own life, and that was meaning that it's just a 3-for-3 trade for all 3 cores.
And look at how quickly Homebois SG are rotating their lanes right now. Immediately calling the Yuzhong up top so that he can take part in the turtle fight. I think they're well aware that RNG SG is going to secure this, so they get a nip onto the ball lane. But I think on the flip side, RNG SG, they have been doing a good job at controlling the momentum. Yes, the Paquito hasn't been able to have that much of an impact as compared to game 2, but he is keeping that Yuzhong close. He's keeping Homebois SG on their toes. It's not as straightforward as to game 2 where you see Homebois SG being in total control. They're making Homebois SG pay for it.
And the thing is, Closer wants to become the macro factor, right? But
Same
let's just
Force,
talk about
double petrify underneath that turret. It's a 3v1 situation. Buki, a little bit far behind, but the Black Dragon form will not be able to save Bruno Cure. But here comes the Shen. The Goon Squad are here, eaten up by Bray. The Shen taking a ton of damage. Bray will not be able to walk out there alive. Sandwiched by 3, getting a punish by Zushen.
Yeah, CS just not having the mana to deal the damage. Zamon's Force had already been committed with the Vernicure, right? I mean, Black Dragon form was just a farce, a facade, so that the rest of the team members can come in. Vernicure just playing the frontliner, just dying as needed for Zushen to pop off.
I think this is good for Homebois actually, honestly. Like, you look at the net worth. It's quite even in goal, but Anip is getting the space to farm, right? And the fact that Yuzhong, once he gets the dominance ice, he's going to be able to tank up the Harif a lot more. And, well, once again, another fight coming in. This is exceptionally good for Homebois actually, because as long as their net worth is even, they're not losing too much turrets, they're trading blow for blow. I think this is where Anip will make the difference. It's a very, very constant team that we see with how Homebois actually loves to play, especially when Anip is on his favorite Moskov.
Yeah, I agree with you, man. Anip, as much as he needs to make the difference, I feel that on RSG, the difference factor would be closer on the Paquito, who is trying to macro up at this point.
Ooh, Bushi, a little bit too close, but forced to use that flicker out of the way. The next turtle getting spawned up. You don't know where Vernicure is. He's just waiting in the right bush. Trying to go. CS has a big target on his back. Trying to zone him all the way out the wall. Traps him in. The Blood Pack won't be able to hit onto anyone. CS taken down low, but able to bomb, able to weave out of the way. He got a 3-man knockup. But here comes Anip with a huge Spear of Destruction. He's taking it off. Here is the janitor. Not here to play. You're here to clean. Closer. Still waiting on that right move. Yoon coming in low. Anip pushes him back with the Spear of Misery. Closer taking a little bit too much damage. Won't be able to commit onto anything. But a huge, huge fight for Homebois SG.
This is such a different in to what we're used to, right? rewind that to week 1. They were on the losing end. You didn't really see, any sort of a performance coming in. But now coming in, it looks like Ian has transformed into a whole different player. You see the confidence. We heard the team comms a couple of times. He's starting to have a lot more communication with his team. He's leading the team fight, and even there, he had the guts to beat him. I mean, that is just a player who's been rejuvenated, right? Has been transformed coming into victory.
I really like how they've been playing around the Yu Zone as much as possible, and the way that they commit, Homebois are doing extremely well for themselves.
Oh, you got a defense down on the tier 1 down mid, but a wild charge into the dragon jump will take down closer.
Very action-packed game at this point. Homebois SG, they want as much momentum going forward, especially given the fact that they have the higher mobility in terms of the tanky heroes. Basia, he will be there always. Vernocure with the Black Dragon form, just a stone throws away. Anit playing on the opposite side of the map, has a Spear of Destruction. And now we see them grouping up on the bottom lane from the side of RSG. They want to force out something here.
They forced out a jump in with the Detonus Welcome, knocking Yoon off, but able to escape just barely. You got 3-man blood pack, lots of damage underneath. Homebois' SG's turret on Nip finally goes down in the hands of CS. He goes for more. The Zaman Force already popped up, but not enough damage. That's a very, very tanky Zishen right there. And that side, EXP one-on-one battle, Vernocure will be able to escape. No commitment as of now, but RSG showing signs of life. 20 seconds to the first lord of the game spawns up.
Yeah, that's what we need to see out of RSG, forcing the issue onto Anit, but Bougie in slight bit of trouble.
That's a lot of damage.
I don't think you should commit for that, but Zishan.
They're actually committing onto Derry. There he goes.
I mean, just a slight little pick off from the side of Derry.
Yeah, a little bit of a mistake from both sides there in the later stages of the fight. The delayed fight, if I should put it that way. Homebois actually being overconfident, Anit going to the fight when most of his team wasn't there already. He gets punished for it, and then RSG just overstaying their welcome. I think if they put a little more focus, but then again, that's what you get when you're going against a Noara. He's always around. There's always that long range snipe, and you gotta give credit to Bougie. 0-0-11. He has been pivotal in every single fight that Homebois actually has been in.
Well, knocking Bray up out of the way. Off that map, though, Spirit of Destruction goes wide with it eaten up. There's the Detonus Welcome by Bray. Pushing back, Vernocure, down he goes. The CS pops the Zaman Force, dealing tons of damage onto Yoon. Zishan is the next target, but will not be enough to take him down. The knockback will not be able to connect as well. Homebois will lose the tier 1 down on that mid side, but it's a 1v1, and the Nip shuts down closer.
And Anit pulls out the emo, the RSG emo at that point. Style points onto him. Despite the fact that they won the mid lane, Anit got the top tower and the solo kill onto Closer as well. And that's huge, given the fact that they already took the Lord as well. That's going to be so much lane pressure coming through from the side of Homebois SG right now.
Well, there's a lot of discipline as well as the Lord marching down that bottom side. Looks like the addition of Zishan. Oh, wild charge though on the mid tier 1. Derry sandwiched in, will get punished for his insolence. Derry coming down low, will eventually go down. And Zishan coming in. The Zaman Force will be popped by CS. They're coming in as well. Godzilla with the wild charge in his own for the Kirabuchi, running for the hills. Zishan trapped in the middle underneath the orange buff, eaten up by Bray. He will not make it out alive, but the rest of Homebois SG, as disciplined as they make it out to be, will be able to stay alive just for now.
A very much disciplined Homebois actually to what we saw in the early game. We saw Anit diving in, killing, or rather dying because of an overextension. But this time around, even though he landed the Spear of Destruction, he was a lot more controlled. He knew that, we don't really need to go for it. There's still a huge wave of super minions pushing the bot lane. It's down to, a couple of 100 HP, which we could do it if we push again. But I do have some concerns for both sides, right? On one hand, Homebois actually showing that if Anit isn't part of the fight, they do lack that damage, although they have a lot of sustain. I think Zushan has been doing a lot of tanking out for the team, and that's what he's brought in to do as a boxer. So, on the other hand, RSG actually, a lot of these fights haven't been too clean. For my preference, I think, if Anit isn't in the fight, they should be dominating. It shouldn't be as close as it is. But Vernocure is putting one heck of a fight. Those Petrifies have been immaculate. It's really stopping on RSG's momentum. So I think it's really down to whether or not RSG actually can close out the fight slightly cleaner before the next Lord, or will Homeboys actually be able to, put Anip in a position where he can come up and clean up as compared to, just hoping and having to walk down.
Yeah, it feels like Godzilla is a victim of a hate crime from Vernocure at this point. I mean, in the previous game on the Paquito, he was getting jumped again and again. And with the Black Dragon form, he's been aiming either CS or Godzilla away from this team fight as much as possible.
Top side, and Nib. Who's closer to the wall?
Oh!
But we'll be able to shut him down. Here comes Godzilla. Gary here for backup. Yoon is next on chopping block. Will not want to commit onto that one. Black Dragon form already initiated by Vernocure, and the rest of RSG are able to zone out for this next enhanced Lord.
I liked how RSG actually took it one step further, right? Instead of having to burst down the rest of Homeboys before the fight, let's find Anip first. And they managed to get it. I think it was a bonus that Closer managed to survive that fight. And that just allows RSG actually to have so much map control over this Lord. Look at that. It looks like Homeboy actually stealing around. I think they want to go for a steal, but just too much. Bray secures it.
Goes a little bit wide. Yoon with the wall charge and the flicker. Conceal play to get out of the way. But RSG sounding the Warhorn. They want more. They're out for blood. And back off at the last second. RSG got the Lord though. 2,300 gold up ahead. Lord marching down that bottom side.
No, I mean, heads up play from the side of RSG. They did not lose any casualties down there. They got the Lord, they got what they wanted, and they managed to hurl them away. Whether they get this now, it's going to be pivotal.
Lord marching on that bottom side. Will be able to charge onto that T3. He's down low. They will not be able to go in, but now Bray with the eat up onto Sashin. There he goes, the Saving Force dealing tons of damage along with the Blood Pack, creating a lot of space for CS to make his plays count. CS all the way on the backside will be taking a lot of damage from Anip, but finally takes Anip down. Vernocure running for his life away from Closer. Closer trying to close up that gap, but here comes Derry. That's 4 members down. Bougie against the rest of RSG, and RSG will want to end this right here, right now, in 3 games in.
2-1 for RSG. Congratulations on taking the series. They will. I mean, they are going against the predictions, right? We expected them to be 2-0. Homeboys, we thought they might be able to fight back. They did look like they had signs of life, but very good target prioritization, changing their targets in the midst of the team fight. Closer. I mean, we saw him in the early stages of the game. He was trying to focus down on Anip as much as possible. But afterwards, they shifted it away. I mean, Closer was on Yuzong duty at that point. In the later stages of the game, he kept the Yuzong away as much as possible. And then the rest of the team went for Anip. So they just swapped it around, and that proved to be the winning formula.
I think this is just a reminder to all teams out there kind of doubting RSG SG. This is a classic game of, it was a game for Homeboy SG to lose. Right, they were ahead of the game. RSG actually had no business winning this game, but one pickoff on Anip was all it took. They found him in the top lane, and that was where all the troubles of RSG actually started to show. They started to show cracks in the way that they play. Anip was not as composed as I would say, or rather Homeboys actually as a team was not as composed. Usually in that case, once Moskov gets picked off, you want to reset, right? Because you know you're in the lead, you still have the damage coming from the Moskov. There wasn't really a need to take certain fights, but RSG actually was constantly pressing that button, making sure that, okay, now we have the lead, we have the lot, let's just push it. Let's just force them into fights. And I think Homeboys actually took the bait, and RSG actually just punished them. This was just experience coming in from, you're talking about the back-to-back-to-back winners from Season 3 all the way to 5.
Yeah, just to echo you, it wasn't a one-sided game, but who was the main playmaker for RSG? That's what I want to know. I want to know who the MVP was, because it kind of seems like every single one of the 5 players was just doing their jobs right. Even though they were down, they kept fighting and they kept going. In no way that it's not Bray.
Wow, it is Bray. I mean, definitely, I feel that it was a concerted team effort.
Yes.
Bray, of course, being the MVP, being the main playmaker on the barrage. We see him at the Daytona's Welcome. He did catch a lot of key targets. But the thing is, his team was very much behind him as well. In terms of enabling him, I feel that Bray, even when he went in, if it was him dying, didn't matter. The rest of the team would still go in. We'll try to keep the Yuzong away as much as possible.
This is when you know a team is playing at their best, right? They were so cohesive that it was a tough call. Like, any one of them could have been the MVP, right? We saw Godzilla stealing away In's wild charge in a couple of key team fights. Bray was in the middle of it. Closer picking off Anip on the top lane. You had Davey with the Blood Pack. Every single one of these members were putting up, immaculate gameplay. And yes, it was a little bit of a shaky mid-game, but it is a testament to how they play as a team. Even on the back foot, they were able to find a win con for them to pick up this game, which was, we're going to hunt it down, right? It doesn't matter if we lose the game. If we can force them to make mistakes, we can have a leg back into the game. And that's what they did. And look at that with it's toe-to-toe, right? Prior to all those pickoffs, you had Homebois SG on what, a 1k goal lead on that Moskov? And then just one pickoff was all it took for RG SG to regain the momentum and snowball back into the game.
Yeah, and they are picking up for each other. You mean Closer? He did not find a very good game at all on his Paquito in the early stages of the game. He did not find his role. I mean, he was just trying to pick off Anip, trying to play the macro Paquito as much as possible, but Moskov is much stronger in terms of lane priority, in terms of clearing, so he just shifted his perspective. Let's go for Vernocure instead. Let's make sure Vernocure cannot jump Godzilla. And that was the key change that I feel that just shifted the perspective. With CS dealing damage in the backline with the Zayman's Force. And the way that CS was playing, he only got caught one time. I thought he got killed a lot more, It felt like CS was involved in every single team fight, and yet he managed to get away while dealing this damage as a Harith.
That's just him. He's like a ninja. you don't see him, but when you do, that's it.
It's too late.
It's too late.
It's too late.
It's too late. But I want to point out that Closer actually bought the Great Dragon Spear. It's usually a build that is not too oftentimes built on
gotta go fast.
But you gotta go fast. You gotta chase up with Vernocure, especially when he pops his Black Dragon form. A lot of the times that RSG picks up a lot of these battle emblems, it's more of like movement speed. I want to join in the team fights fast. I want to clear the waves fast so that I maintain lane priority and go into the midst of objective fights more. Now, taking a look at the post-game battle statistics, again, it's CS, and I won't see it any other way, especially with a gold laner being the rich guy and the carry.
Yeah, he did deal a lot of damage, but not to discount the fact that, Braid, he did take most of the damage away from the side of Homebois SG, right? But Godzilla, I was looking at his build and his emblem as well. He went for a Quantum Charge as the Valentina, and then he did build the Necklace of Durance first. So he was not prioritizing damage on the Valentina at all. Mostly utility, right? He just wanted to steal the Wild Charge, play Disrupt as much as possible.
Yeah, you're speaking my language here. I just love myself a Necklace of Durance. Either that or, honestly, right? You look at the board of our Homebois SG. You have an Yuzong, you have a Baxia, you gotta go for the degen. The degen for the regen. That's how I'll put it, right? And I think on top of that, a lot of the work that's been done by both Bray and Derry, right? And the numbers show, Bray putting a lot more damage taken and soaking up a lot of the dirty work, 93% Q participation, but you can't discount Derry here on the Camilla. Both the Camilla and the Barats did a lot of the tanking up, peeling for the Harith, and that's why we didn't see Harith die too much, just once, right? That pick off. But other than that, I think, RG, SG, like it comes back to the point. I think Homebois SG at one point in time had control of the game. They had the lead, they had the turrets, they had the upper hand. They were nearly broke the tier 3 at the bot lane, but one mistake was all it took for RG SG to kind of capitalize. So I think it's important to see how the teams communicate, especially when they were on the losing end. So let's just see how RG SG communicated throughout Game 3.
Yeah, I'm here, guys. Stay there, go!
Hey! Go away! Batai!
Stop. Hey, Moscow free. Hey, can we just...
Tower. Hey, relay.
Top. Hey, Fedrin.
Nice try.
Nice one.
Benny ulti. Ulti Petri. Go. Nice play. Can end?
Can. Nice one. Relay.
Mina guys.
Hey, Moscow.
Mina, nice guys, go, go, go.
Hey, more pre, Moscow, pre.
Nice guys.
Hey, hi.
Moscow, nice, Roy. Nice.
Nice. Hey, got no tea, got no tea. You missing. Hey, I know tea, ah. Hey, Moscow. You dragon. Hey, I can. Break, I can help you.
You know, Pesci. Nice one. Get. Hey, I'm CS.
I'm okay.
Nice.
Hey.
I got them.
Sorry.
I Q.
Yes. Nice.
Got Nova.
Hey, Minion.
Yeah, very nice comms discipline coming out from RSG. In terms of gameplay, we saw the discipline that they have. They have the positive mentality as well. That's why we see them coming back from this 1-0. We lose a game, it's all right. And even when they were losing, we showed the mic check from their second game. They were saying, yeah, still, nice try, guys. Nice try. I mean, everything's fine. Everything's good. We can still come back. And we're still in the game, right, guys?
It's the champions mentality.
It is. There's only two words you need to know. Santai and Bantai. So I love that. I love the way that like Derry is a little bit more vocal in all of this. But here to break it down even more, the game that's just passed is Kin and Off the Disc.
Welcome back. I mean, it's unfortunate for Homebois, but almost never counts. It is a day for RSG SG here, and what a game for them. Homebois SG, they had the game pretty much in the first half of the match itself, and then this is where the MVP of the game, Bray, made some godlike plays, changing the entire face of the match itself. We're going to start off here that, so-called teamwork by his Barats was so sick, catching so many members off guard here on the side of Homebois that it literally changed the fight. Right here, you're going to see a couple of times he used the missile experts as well as the so-called teamwork, making so much work happening. He's going to catch someone on the bottom of the screen here, and that's going to be Xuan, one of the main tanks for the game. Besides that, there was also Venokyo as well as Yun, but there was no one else to kind of save him. And the moment he got that Daytona's welcome, that was the start of the crumble for Homebois SG. Take a look at what happens here. This is going to force Homebois to go for the commitment, try and get the damage down and clear off the Barats and hopefully change the state of the fight for the side of RSG SG. But that's not what's going to happen, because if you take a look at the positioning of the players here, CS as well as Godzilla, very clean, and there's a lot of damage. Down here, nobody's able to touch them. Sure, Anip is throwing his spears, the flurry of spears that's coming in, but they can't reach even with the passive of the spears itself. So CS, Godzilla, one, they're very safe. Number two, they're able to deal as much damage as possible. Take a look at what happens next right here. CS actually gets the Zaman Force down right after the wild charge, and he goes on ham. He is going to split the fight. Number one, he gets rid of Yun. The second part of the fight, Closer, Godzilla, as well as Bray are now focused on the Yuzong. So there is no one else that's able to offer them protection for the side of Anip. So Anip, sure, he's alive, but what can he do as a one-man army? Nothing much at this point. And right after this point, you will see Yun, after he gets taken out, Bougie is going to suffer the same fate as well. He's going to be chunked down quite heavily by that Chrono Dash done by CS here. Take a look at the damage. Bougie now, no more option to help the team as well. And Anip is all the way on the back lines trying to defend the base as well. Now this is going to leave Vernokyo on his own on the back. Great Spear of Destruction, but what can he do when CS still has that Wind of Nature popped at the perfect time, allowing for the rest of RGSG to clean up base here, try and get the kill on Anip as well. And that's gonna be the end of Anip's life. And what happens when, your main damage dealers are down? Nothing much, because right after this, Vernokyo is gonna be taken down. And Bougie as a lone Novaria can't do much to save the day for Homebois. And RSG snatches the game back. This is one series that we did not expect Homebois to put up so much resistance, but still, nonetheless, RSG thankful for the fact that you have kept our predictions alive for today. That's all from me. Right now, let's take a look at what is going on with Cheryl.
Thank you so much, Teacher Kin. Right now, I have Godzilla beside me. I'll still call you Roy. I'm not used to it, but why the name change?
I wanted to show everyone, cause if when they see the starting lineup, they wouldn't know who is Godzilla.
Oh, so just change the name and then got the surprise element and come out, oh, still Roy lah. Okay, so today's matchup you met Buji, which was also from RSG. So how do you think he did?
I think for his part, he did quite well. I was quite surprised that he was able to hold his lane against me. Didn't expect him to, pull out some cheeky moves.
So
overall, yeah, not bad.
So yes, even though from the same team, do you feel like you roughly knew how he's gonna play, or do you have some information because you guys were so close previously from the same team?
I kind of knew how he played lah, cause all the RSG mid like to hold the bush, so yeah, it's quite predictable from both of us.
But he also knows how you play, so I guess, yeah, they both have each other's secrets. Now, Homebois have been slowly picking off games right here in the regular season. So were they someone that you are looking forward to meet, or how were you prepared to approach the game, given that today Zach Shen also made his appearance?
I might not be that interested to meet Homebois again, but I know Davey is very, very interested to meet Homebois again.
Why particular reason just Dairy?
Maybe because he was from Homebois previously and he wanted to win them very badly.
Just beef with the organization. All right. And then this is like a relatively new roster right here from RSG. And then you had a lot of synergy, especially with Oki previously, that really sick Novara that you played internationally as well. So how does it feel, playing with this brand new lineup?
I think this brand new lineup might not be as good as the new one because we were full-time. So there's some sort of like miscommunication or like trust between each other. But I think when it comes to the playoff, we'll make it work.
And I think it's really evident because along the way, at the start, people were having doubts, but you guys proved it with your score record right here in the regular season. And we can't wait to see what this new RSG can deliver. And of course, moving on, we're going to be seeing the top of the table clash later between Team Flash and Bleed Esports. So you guys took Flash. How do you think you guys would fare when you face Bleed?
I'm not very sure about this, but it might be better, it might be worse.
This one, you're not answering the question. But still, I mean, of course, you'll be meeting another formidable mid laner, and that is Jay. He's also here present. So, what do you have to say about that matchup when it does come up?
To Jay, I think don't pick the Camila mid against me.
All right. And then, final question. Later on, there'll be the game of Team Flash versus Bleed. Who do you think will win?
I think Bleed will win, because
he's being coerced right now, but so Bleed?
I think Bleed will win, because I feel that the Bleed synergy is stronger than the Flash.
And then score prediction.
2-1 Bleed.
2-1 Bleed. All right. So thank you so much, Godzilla. Thank you so much, and we'll see if it's really 2-1 later. All right. Thank you. So yes, guys, that was Godzilla, the same wonderful mid laner, but just under a different name. And right here, we have seen our first best of 3 series with a number of interesting debuts when it comes to heroes and even players. Next up is the clash of the top of the charts. Now we see Team Flash going up against Bleed Esports. Definitely a match that you don't want to miss, where we see our top 2 seeds going head to head to see who is vying for that top spot. So stick around and we'll see you for match 3.